Hello everyone and welcome back to another video. If you guys may or may not know, last week I live streamed the OG Silent Hill 1 over on my live streams, doing a bit of a story / lore playthrough of it, as I love this franchise and I wanted to show my love for it by just streaming it with my community and doing a bit of a discussion playthrough of it. And at the end of Silent Hill 1, I did promise that I would be playing Silent Hill 3, because if you guys don't know, Silent Hill 3 is a direct sequel to the very first Silent Hill game. Those two stories are very much interlinked together. So that's what this is going to be now today. So I'm going to be uploading part 1 of my playthrough for Silent Hill 3. This game is up there as one of my favorite horror games of all time, very much tied with Silent Hill 2 as my favorite. It's such a hard line to decide which one's better than the other, but dude, Silent Hill 3 is an amazing horror game, and I definitely wanted to show my love for it by doing a story playthrough of it. So I hope you guys enjoy it. This is part 1, and yeah, let's get into it. Okay, Silent Hill 3. Just as a little warning, this game is how should I say this? Some of the themes in this game are very like explicit, if that's how I want to describe it. Some of the themes can be very explicit, and they don't try to hide that in their imagery in this game. So just be advised about that. Yeah, so warning for that. This game does have a lot of gore and blood and some things that may seem very disturbing to some people. So just as a cautionary tale, just be aware of that. That's what's going to be in this game. So I guess viewer discretion. But yeah, Silent Hill 3. This game is up there as one of my favorite horror games of all time. It's always hard to choose which horror game is my favorite in the Silent Hill franchise between 2 and 3 and 1 and 4 and some of the others, but in history when it comes to horror games. But Silent Hill 3, man, is such a gem. It is such a gem. Silent Hill 3 has one of my favorite protagonists in this game, and we'll talk about a lot about that as we play through. I played RE8, so I think I can handle it. Okay, well, I hope you're prepared. But yeah, there's a lot to this one. Also, I gotta check my settings quickly. I want noise effect off, otherwise that will ruin my bitrate and probably crash my stream, because OBS hates me. Everything else should be fine. Okay, good. So, a few little facts about this game before we start getting into it. This game came out in 2003, which incidentally, I'm not afraid to disclose, was the year I was born. 2003. So, is that a sign that I was destined to be a Silent Hill 3 enjoyer? Maybe. I don't remember the specific dates of when in 2003 it released, but this game came out in 2003, and this is a direct sequel to Silent Hill 1, which came out in 1999. A lot of people wanted the continuation of the storyline with what happened with Harry. You know, if you guys remember, the whole story of Silent Hill 1 is essentially Harry Mason goes to Silent Hill because along with his adopted daughter Cheryl Mason, they crash in Silent Hill. Cheryl goes missing and Harry goes all over town to try and find Cheryl, only to then find out that Cheryl is part of a lost soul, and like basically half of the soul of a person called Alessa Gillespie, who is a child who was forced to take part in a ritual to birth a god. And that happened at the end of Silent Hill 1, and then Harry killed that god, sort of. And then afterwards, Alessa split her soul again and gave a baby to Harry Mason at the end of that game. So, it all kind of goes in a loop because Harry also found shelter for the first time as a baby. And now Alessa gives Harry the baby as well. And that's how the game ends for Silent Hill 1. And a lot of people wanted a continuation of that storyline after Silent Hill 1 finished, and people wanted Silent Hill 2 to be a continuation of that. I think especially in Japan, I think Japanese audiences wanted that a lot. But that's not what they got. Of course, Silent Hill 2 is much different. It's a completely different storyline. But with that, outcry from the fans, that's how Silent Hill 3 came to be. So Silent Hill 3 is that sequel to the first story of Silent Hill 1. That's the general basis of all I'm going to say for now. I don't want to obviously give too many spoilers. Yeah. That is the basis for it so far. Now, I love this game a lot. This is a very cool game, and I think the horror that they do in this game is very much in the way they do their atmosphere, and some of the imagery in this game can be very messed up and disturbing maybe to some people. So again, just a warning for that, if you guys think that will make you feel a little bit sensitive. But yeah, we'll be doing that. Here's what we're going to be doing, okay? We're going to start us off on normal action level, but as you can see, there's different... Wait, my model's covering it. Controller. There are different riddle levels, aka puzzle levels, in Silent Hill 3. Hard riddle level, okay? We start this now. Right. Oh my god. Apologies for the scuff once again. Okay, everything will be fine from here on out. Twitchy horse. That's a horse, by the way, if you couldn't notice. Right. And we just go straight into it. Let me adjust the screen here for a sec. Okay, that should be good now. Oh no, not the ads. I'm so sorry about that, to hear that. Well, while the ads are playing, let me sort out my thing. What a scuffed start. I am so sorry, everyone. I'm so sorry I couldn't get through the game, and then my controller just decided to freak out and be weird on me. I think we're fine now. But we're in here now. So this is Silent Hill 3. Again, this game came out in 2003 and is a direct sequel to the very first Silent Hill game. Also got to turn the volume up. Again, if anyone has headphones, I'd highly recommend listening to this in headphones because, again, the audio design that they do in this game is really good. A lot of effort went into... Well, not... I mean, it's equally a lot of effort went into everything about this game, but I feel like I really enjoy some moments of the audio design in this game as well a lot. So it's very cool. But as you can see, we're straight into this, guys. So this is Heather. This is our main protagonist. This is Heather. Incidentally, this is our first Silent Hill game with a female protagonist. So this is going to be our protagonist for this game. And this is the first female protagonist that we have in the Silent Hill franchise. The only other Silent Hill games which have a female protagonist, this point onwards, from this game onwards, is Silent Hill the Short Message and Silent Hill F. But yeah, this is the first game which introduces a female protagonist in the story. This is Heather, and it looks like we are straight into Silent Hill, and we've just been put straight into it. Now, notice the sign here, Lakeside Amusement Park. So we're at the amusement park of Silent Hill, and again, Lakeside Amusement Park. If you know Silent Hill 1, then you know that we've been here before in that game. Harry has been in this area in Silent Hill 1, near the end, before Nowhere starts. So we're in Silent Hill, straight off the bat. And as you can see, straight up, you hear the metallic sounds of the floor, metallic grates on the ground. And if you remember how in Silent Hill 1, the other world was, very industrial and metallic, you see that straight away here. Also, the fog is present, as you can see a little bit. So you could deduce that we are already in the other world. Why? Well, we don't know yet. But this game also introduces another one of the most popular things of the franchise. Is this costume? A rabbit doll? No, it's a costume. Is there someone in there? It looks like there is, but I don't feel like making sure. Everyone, say hello to Robbie the Rabbit. This is a pretty popular icon of the Silent Hill franchise, which is introduced in this game first. But this is Robbie. And Robbie the Rabbit is actually one of 4 mascots of Lakeside Amusement Park. There's actually 4 mascots of this park, but for some reason Robbie the Rabbit is just the most popular one, and we see him everywhere almost sometimes. And I swear there is a killer in Dead by Daylight who has this skin. So yeah, he's pretty popular with his bunny looking face and blood smeared in his mouth. Yeah. And there isn't just one of them. There's one over here as well. It's a giant rabbit costume. Why would this be here? I see. Heather doesn't know that Robbie the Rabbit is a mascot. But yes. Springtrap? Well, there we go. Do you guys think... do you guys think Robbie the Rabbit inspired the FNAF series of horror games? FYI, don't cancel me, but you guys probably will cancel me. I fucking don't like FNAF and the concept of horror that it does. It's just cheap jump scare horror. However, I'm sure there's going to be a goal one day for me to play that at some point. We've got to make that a goal for me to play. There's actually 3 of these mascots littered around here. Really? No, no, no. I don't think it's... No, no. I'm just joking. I'm just joking, Booger. I don't think this actually inspired FNAF, but it would be really interesting if it did. I actually once thought that this kind of would have inspired it, but I don't think it did. I think I'm just joking. I'm just messing. Or do you mean really interesting to the fact that I don't like FNAF? Either way, yeah. I don't like FNAF. I think it's just cheap jump scare horror. I'm more psychological, atmospheric horror dude. I'm not cheap jump scare. Don't fall off. Don't fall off. Do not fall off. Yes, there is a void. Again, you can also tell this is the Otherworld chat because look at like the black void. The Otherworld is very characteristic with the idea and concept of a void. And we're in the void right now. So you could say that we are possibly in the Otherworld at the moment. Maybe, maybe not. But here we are. We're in Silent Hill, and we know that. We just put straight in here. Now, Heather is a very interesting protagonist. Heather is one of my favorite horror franchise protagonists, actually. Not just in Silent Hill, but in horror games in general. And you'll see why. She's a diva. Heather is a freaking diva. She slays, and I hope you guys can see those qualities as we play through this. There's a very cool thing about Heather, is that, and this is something I don't see from a lot of like protagonists in horror games nowadays, is that when you interact with an item, for example, you know, your character may just say, oh, it's just a wallet, nothing useful here, and then you don't elaborate further from it, right? However, with Heather, it's very different. Because a lot of the stuff that you can interact with, Heather will have so much to say about it. And we'll see that when we go through a lot of the stuff that we can interact with. Heather likes to think a lot. She's one of those people that speaks to herself a lot, I feel like, and has a lot to say about things. She's that type of person. For example, let's look at this cage-looking thing, which looks like it has something inside that looks very meaty and flesh-like. And what's this? Something strange in a cagey box thing? A person? Not quite. I don't really want to stare at it for very long, whatever it is. What the? She has a lot to say. She's a chatty monologuer, internal monologuer, you could say. And I feel like that, I like that aspect, and again, you'll see that a lot more as we play through, but I like that aspect because it's really going to give us a lot of information on Heather as a character. You know, it makes sense, she's our protagonist, and the fact that we can learn a lot more about her through interacting with certain items, I feel like is a very cool way to learn about the person that you are controlling in a video game, let alone a horror game, of that matter. So I like how they did that for her. She has a lot to say about things. And about certain objects. Ugh, don't fall off. Don't fall off. Okay, maybe I can't go that way. Okay. But yeah, we're in Lakeside Amusement Park right now. And I guess we just go through. Also, let's see what we have. We already even have items. We already have a radio. And if you guys remember, radio is one of the key items mechanically in Silent Hill games. It helps you detect when you're about to get close to an enemy, for example. We have the flashlight. Literally every horror game needs a flashlight. We have a knife. It's a switchblade for self-defense. I've never used it, but just in case. Heather with her knife skills. She got those knife skills. Watch out, chat. Do not mess with Heather. She will destroy you with the switchblade knife. We also have a steel pipe. Classic Silent Hill weapon. We also have a gun. And we also have a frickin' submachine gun. Again, straight off the bat. Straight off the bat. We have all of these items. Straight away. We even have health items. We have the usual health items. We have handgun ammo. Already we're given this to us at the start. Straight away. Instantly. So you may be wondering, okay, this is interesting. We're already in all of this. Let's continue to go on further. And then we have our first enemy. The dog. And if you look very closely at it, look at its face. Do you see its face? It looks like it's been split open. Like it's been split apart. Yeah, there we go. Look at it. Look at it. And also, if you look at it too, it looks like it has bandages on it as well. Okay, dog, please. Oh. So we have that. We're just gonna continue moving ahead. And then we have this thing. Oh god. This is called a closer. And that's what I'm gonna say. So straight up, straight away, chat, we are just put into Silent Hill with these monsters. And we're already dealing with monsters. Straight away. Straight away. Right? We have to deal with this stuff. And now we're in the souvenir shop. You can't have an amusement park without a souvenir shop. Get your merch. Get your cookies. And your Robbie the Rabbit caps. And your plushies. And whatever that is. And whatever that is. Oh wait, no, that says butter cake. Get your butter cake now, today. It's a stuff. Oh wait, no. It's a rabbit stuffed animal here. The mouth part is stained red. That's so cool, actually. Yeah. Again, you gotta remember, the monsters in Silent Hill have a reason to why they look like that. And you gotta remember too, in Silent Hill 1, there are dogs. There are dog monsters again. There, again, that parallel, that similarity, the way 1 and 3 are linked. Oh, welcome in, Astro. Welcome, welcome. Hope you're doing well. Happy Friday. We're doing a story playthrough for Silent Hill 3 right now. We've just started. Perfect timing to join stream, but I hope you're doing well. I like how the pink rabbit has blood in its mouth, like the mascot we saw in the beginning. Yep, it's the same one. It's Robbie the Rabbit. It's Robbie the Rabbit. Almost like bloodstains. Disgusting. Yep. So sometimes for some items, if you can interact with them, Heather will have quite a bit of stuff to say about it. There are lots of different styles, but I don't really want any of them. I'm getting out of this nasty place. If they had any tools, now that'd be a different story. Oh, she wants to steal. Well, okay, that's not really implied, but I mean, hey, we're in some sort of weird world right now, aren't we? There are some normal souvenir type toys here. Oh, what does that say? Huh, never thought I'd say normal in a place like this. Right, see, like, is this all normal? Like, are we in the other world straight up already? While I get the laundry out of the dryer, my game doesn't crash. No worries. There are boxes of cookies and chocolates on display. I love this kind of stuff, but I don't feel like eating it here and now. I mean, chat, would you eat food, your favorite food? If you were in a nightmare world, right, and you were presented with your favorite food of all time, would you eat it? I actually wouldn't. I wouldn't. Because I would know that that would be a trap. So, honestly, W for that. I know some horror games have protagonists which are dumb, okay? Some horror protagonists from games I've seen are dumb. Heather's a little bit different. I would say Heather's pretty smart when it comes to things. And there we go. There's a rational decision here. She's not going to eat the boxes of food because she knows there's monsters around here and something doesn't seem right. Nothing is, you know, doesn't seem normal. You know? But yeah. We have this souvenir shop. I would definitely say, guys, to remember this because it may be important later. Okay, I'm leaving. I've done my window shopping. Hello, closer. I'm out of it. Goodbye. Also, this thing is massive. So if you look at it, it has, like, these really bulbous, like, arms. And with these arms, they can extend out. And sometimes, inside of those arms, there's, like, a massive, like, bone spike. Oh, did you see it there? He actually did it with one of the attacks. Oh, did you see it again? So this thing is... Actually, you know, I'll save my description for that later on, because there's a better way to see that later. But we have that. It could be an illusion, a trap. Exactly, right? It could be an illusion made from your mind, or from your nightmares. But yeah, we are just in this nightmare right now. Also, you're not gonna like the sound of this coming up. Here's another monster! Pendulum! This thing sounds really annoying. So I'm just gonna run away. But you get that sense that we are just put into this straight away. Ow. And then we have, I was going to say silence, but you hear the roller coaster noise. Oh, did you listen to those sounds? Again, the audio design in this game, the sound design, amazing, absolutely amazing, and it adds to the, you know, disturbing nature of this game and the horror aspect of it. It adds to the atmosphere. We're going to be hearing a lot of interesting, unique sounds in this one. Did you hear that? It sounded like flesh, didn't it? Also, this is obviously a not safe idea to be on a freaking roller coaster railway track, especially if you heard that the machine sounded like it was on, which means that the ride may be working, even in a nightmare world where there may be no one on it. But we're on here because we can, and freedom of choice, you know? So let's go, let's see what happens. In this, again, void, again. I feel like in Silent Hill, you could also notice that you're in the other world, or like not a good normal reality sense when you see that it's pitch black outside and there's just a void. You know, Silent Hill is good with that. Oh. Oh. Uh-oh. Heather, jump. Heather, jump. I knew it. I called it. Heather, no! Okay, that's it. That's the end of the game. GG's. That's Silent Hill 3, guys. Heather just died on the railway track. Roller coaster track, not railway track. Psych. It was a scripted death. Sort of. It was a dream. Ooh.
What a nightmare.
Or a nightmare, yeah. That's also the correct way to say that. Happy Burger! We were at the Happy Burger store.
Dad, it's me. Yeah. Sorry I didn't call sooner. Yeah, I guess I was. Anyway, I'm coming home now. Oh, I didn't get that thing you asked me to. Okay. Okay, I will. I love you too, Dad.
Heather, I need to speak with you. My name is Douglas Cartwright. I'm a detective.
A detective? Really? Well, nice talking to you.
Damn, the shade. You can tell Heather is a teenager.
Hold on. There's someone that
With
wants
her attitude.
Just
Slay
let me
Queen.
have an hour. No, half an hour of your time.
My daddy always told me not to talk to strangers.
This is very important. It's about your birth.
I'm not interested. Are you still following me? Do I have to scream?
Sorry. I'll wait here.
And there we go. So that sequence that we were in at the start was a nightmare. It was not real. Very much like how in Silent Hill 1, when we started with Harry, when we were going through that, you know, that tight alleyway, and then we saw the dead thing, the dead body on the fence, and then the mumblers came by and killed us. That was a dream. And now we kind of see that happen again there. So again, straight away you got a parallel there with Silent Hill 1. How both characters saw a nightmare of some sort. But yes, that was a nightmare. That was a nightmare. It wasn't real. She is actually at the mall. So we're at the mall right now, chat. And she was at Happy Burger. She was taking a nap. Probably, you know, had a nice little meal. And actually, I really am intrigued to know what was her order at Happy Burger. Anyway, but she was having her meal and probably, you know, dozed off or something, I don't know. But, yep, that happens. She leaves the store, and then we get introduced to Douglas Cartland. So Douglas is an investigator, and he wants to interrogate Heather. Because it's something about her birth? Question mark? I'm not gonna lie, if someone came up to you and said they want to investigate you because of your birth, that would sound very suspicious and kind of out of nowhere, actually. I don't think most detectives would say that when trying to interrogate you, in my opinion. That's just me. Maybe I don't know. But that is a weird thing for a detective to ask about. Kind of a deep thing as well, in a way, I mean. But, yeah. And now, because Heather is a teenager, a bratty little teenager, we're going to be sneaky about it. And we're going to escape from him by using the window of the bathroom in the mall. Yup. Also, remember when I said that you can learn a lot about Heather through interacting with certain things? Well, here's one of them. I don't like mirrors. It's almost like there's an unknown world right on the other side. And the person staring at me isn't really me, just an imitator. I know how stupid that sounds, but that's how I feel. But if I keep thinking about it, it just makes me feel sick. There we go. Write that down on your notes, chat. Heather doesn't like mirrors. She's not a fan of mirrors. I don't like mirrors. Yeah, she does not like mirrors, chat. To be fair, I don't like mirrors as well. I do not like looking at myself in the mirror. I'm gonna be honest with you. I don't. So, yeah. That weird old detective is out there, so I'm not leaving. Yeah, we're not gonna go that way. We need to leave through the other way. Also, look at this symbol on the screen. Can you guys see my mouse? You can. Oh my god, this is perfect. If I wanted to like show a certain detail, I can pull up my mouse and I'm geeking out. But look at this thing. We see this weird looking mark covered in red. Heather talks about this as well. The mark on this mirror, it looks so familiar somehow. What do I know it from? Where did I once see it? And why does my head hurt so much when I try to remember it? And that, everyone, is how we save. That is how we save in this game. Is this cult symbol here. So if you look at it here, it kind of does look like some sort of like cult symbol in a way. This weird like thing where you have like these circles, and then this circle here, then 3 inside. These like markings on the outer here, kind of like runes in a way. It kind of gives that vibe, doesn't it? So that's how we save in this game. So let's do that. Again, I'm gonna need to go to a different save file at some point because we're not gonna do hard level puzzles throughout this playthrough. We are gonna switch it later on, but yes. And you can tell we're at the mall because it literally says mall toilet. So yeah, we're at the mall, chat. We are not in Silent Hill, we're in a mall. That is actually the most important thing to mention here. Is also knock on the toilet. Is anyone in there? Oh, guess someone's in there. Yeah, it's occupied. Rude of me to keep on knocking, huh? No, keep knocking. Annoy them, Heather. Annoy them. But here's an important detail, chat. We are not in Silent Hill. Like, legitimately, right now, we are not in Silent Hill. This is not Silent Hill. We're in a city called Portland, which is still in Maine, which is the state where Silent Hill is from, but we're not in Silent Hill. We are in Maine, and in Portland, Maine at the moment. So this is the first Silent Hill game where, I believe, yeah, it's the first one, right? Yeah. Where we are actually not in Silent Hill at the start. Spoiler warning, we will go to Silent Hill, but we're not in Silent Hill yet. We are not in that town. We are in somewhere completely different. But it is in the same state as Silent Hill is in Maine. So we're in Portland, Maine at the moment. When I played this game for the first time and found out that we weren't in Silent Hill and this was a city called Portland, I thought it meant Portland, Oregon, which is like all the way to the east. No, sorry, not East Coast, West Coast of frickin' America. Only to then find out that there is also a city called Portland in Maine as well. So, yeah. The road is blocked with empty boxes and stuff. I can't get through. So again, important detail there. We are not in Silent Hill. We are in a completely different town or area at the moment. So very important distinction there. That nightmare sequence was taking place in Lakeside Amusement Park in Silent Hill, but it is not. But we are currently right now not in Silent Hill. Very important thing to mention. Also, it looks like our escape route from the back alleyway is blocked. Well, that's helpful. Maybe I should walk around it? Never mind. But how did this car park here? You know, you could also try to, go over it maybe? I guess not. Heather won't do that. She could go over the window here, but she can't go over the car. Come on, Heather. Come on, Heather. Either way, let's just go through here. Also, sick tunes, sick beats, and sadly, we are not going to hear that again. Wait, does it happen again if you go outside? Now it's gone. Yeah. No more nice music. Only silence. Again, I've mentioned this a few times now, but I would argue that in some moments in horror games, which I feel like some horror games lack now, is that moment when it's just silent, right? It's Silent Hill, it's silent, oh my god, he said the name, roll the credits. No, but seriously, silence can also be a form of horror, in a way, and these games do it a lot. And this game has a few moments of that, where it's just silent, and then you just walking with your footsteps. Also, welcome to Peter, hello! Welcome to my Silent Hill 3 story playthrough, glad to have you here. My controller is fine. Everything is good. I hope you're doing well. Welcome in. Hope your sad day is going well. But yeah. We're trying to escape from Douglas right now, who wants to investigate about our birth. Again, a very sus. Also, I do apologize if I sound like I'm changing the audio at times. I just want to make sure it's a good experience for everyone when it comes to the audio, because I want you guys to experience the atmospheric horror created by the audio of this game. Also, this is... Wait, can I get the map here for this place? So, this is very interesting how they did this area. So remember, we're in a mall right now, and where we're going through right now, this is like the back alleyways of like malls. So, this is like you know, if you go to a mall and there's like many stores, and you may question yourselves, okay, how on earth do they like, you know, restock all their items? Where do they keep all of the stuff that stores have to like stock into the shelves and stuff? Where do they get that stuff from? How do they transport that? How do they go from one place to another? Well, it's actually through these ways. The quote unquote back rooms of malls. This is how they look like, which is a very cool thing to know. These are like places that normal people wouldn't go to unless you're like an employee at a mall. As an employee of a mall, at a store, you'd probably be going around these like empty, dull hallways a lot. So again, I gotta say, Silent Hill games, I know the idea of backrooms and liminal spaces has only gotten popular very recently in the last few years, but I feel like the Silent Hill franchise does that a lot, where it gives a bit of liminal space vibes. And for some reason, this hallway, this area here in particular, gives that a lot. That just, yeah, that, like, the liminal space vibes. I just see it. This area in particular just gives it to me. I always think about it in this, like, particular area. Yeah. Very cool. So, yeah, if you guys didn't know, this is probably how the back rooms of a mall look like. So, yeah. Do you hear the audio in the background? So, again, you get that sense of what's going on in the mall. You can also see that the stores are closed, so it's actually close to the time for the mall to be closing down. So a lot of these stores are closed now, and the mall is slowly getting empty. Hold on. That interact sound seemed very loud. I'm gonna be changing my audio so much. Okay, that should be fine. Okay, cool. Right. Let's go to this half-opened door of the store. Absolutely nothing bad is gonna happen. Gun? Just lying there on the ground? Here's a closer look at the closer. Oh, this thing is like so disgusting to look at, man. Ugh. Like, look at that twitchy face. What even is that face, you know?
Get the hell away from me!
And the noises too. Ew. 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 Gross.
What the hell is this thing?
So yeah. Now we see a monster in the mall. In reality? That's not a good sign, is it? That's not a good sign, Chad, is it? But it's always not a good sign when you see a creature from your nightmares in the real world. But again, this is the closer. That's the name for this creature. It's like this tall, big thing with like very bulbous bulky arms, and a twitchy face, which if you look at the front of it, of the face, it like, it's so like, it's one of those moments where you're like looking at it and you're like, what the fuck am I looking at? You know, it's one of those situations. And it adds to that like horror, I would say, because like again, it's like, what the hell am I looking at? What the hell is this creature doing? You know, the way it was twitching and stuff, it's very ewy. Whenever I look at it, I'm also like, ew, gross, disgusting. It was munching on this body. I can tell from here that it's dead. Should I call the police? Not like they'd believe me if I said someone's being killed by a monster. She's already, you know, smart enough to know that. Yeah, would a police officer laugh at you and believe you're real if you said it's being killed by a monster? Monsters aren't real, chat. We all know that. It's not that I hate clothes, but this isn't the time or place. Okay. No window shopping, I guess. So yeah. We have a creature monster sighted in reality. In the mall. And we get our gun. So in the nightmare sequence, we actually had quite a few items. We had a health drink, for example. We had ammo. We had a freaking submachine gun in that nightmare sequence. We don't have that now. We do have the gun at this moment, which I will reload here. And we also have our switchblade knife. And these two things were also not in the nightmare sequence. But we have a house key. It's my front door key. Daisy Villa apartment number 102 is carved into the key. So this is where Heather is staying. As you also saw from the cutscene at the start after the nightmare sequence, Heather was calling her dad. So she's obviously staying with her parents. So she needs to get home because something ain't right. We also have this thing. Pendant. Dad gave me this pendant on my birthday. It's one of my treasured belongings. So we have this pendant, and we can examine it, and we find this like thing inside of it. So it's a open lock like pendant thing. There's a jewel inside, like a little red tablet. And that's it. There we go. There's the pendant. That's all you need to know. So we have our house key and we have the pendant. This was not in the nightmare sequence, but we have that now. So again, just a few little things to see from our inventory as we try and continue onwards. There's nothing on the shop counter particularly catches my eye. Heather's not interested in this shop. Right. We leave. And here's our map. So Central Square Shopping Centre. I got the shopping mall map. So again, reminder, we are not in Silent Hill right now, chat. We are in a different city right now. However, we have now just seen this weird, disgusting, otherworldly creature here. Which, yeah, that's not a good sign. That is not a good thing. So something ain't right. And now Heather's in this whole business that she doesn't even know how to escape anymore. But let's see what we find. Oh, in fact, we're about to see a new enemy type here. So, look at this thing. Let's see if I can get a good image of it as a... Oh. Look at this. Ow. Ow. Oh, you're actually hurting me. Oh god. Woo. Yeah, smash it. Stamp it. A new enemy type. So, this is the numb body. This thing is called a numb body. They're these, like, creatures made of, like, a leg, 2 legs, and, like, a sort of, like, weirdly shaped, like, they kind of look like, they kind of give the vibe of tadpoles in a way. Especially if you look at their back. Oh god. Yeah, so if you look from their back, it kind of gives that vibe of like a tadpole. Oh my god, my camera. I'm trying to get a good image of this. Okay. That's gonna be covered from my model. Okay, there we go. So yeah, they got like a pointy edge to their back, sort of. Connected to their face area, which is like sort of this like thing, which I guess kind of looks like an eye, but isn't an eye. That's what I've always seen it as. But this is the numb body. Now, again, creature designs in this game have a reason as to why they look the way they look sometimes, right? And the numb body is one example of that. And there is significance to the reason it looks like that. A lot of people say that, you know, they could be they look like tadpoles in a way, as I've just described it now. But a lot of other people have also said that the look of it reminds them of, like, and again, just as a reminder, the themes in this game are very deep and I would say kind of mature in the adult way. So a lot of people say that it, to them, looks like a sperm cell. Yes, you have heard me correctly. Sperm cell. Again, the symbolism in this game can be very fucked up sometimes, and some of the themes that they try to tell in this game, you know, are kind of mature. So, as I've now mentioned that, you know, it kind of looks like a sperm cell, what does that mean? Well, you could infer that it shows themes of, like, birth, you know, stuff like that, life, and if you think about it, that's kind of something that, if you remember in Silent Hill 1, there are themes of that in that game too, because if you remember correctly, Alessa has to birth the god. She was forcefully impregnated with God inside of her to then birth the god for the cult, for the ritual and stuff. So themes of birth, impregnation, stuff like that, that's a common theme in the Silent Hill series. And with the fact that this creature looks like a sperm cell, it kind of gives that vibe. So, gotta make that out there. Oh, did you hear that? Someone's up. Someone's upstairs. Someone do be walking. Again, we have this symbol here, our save spot. Oh no. Okay. There was dialogue there. If you saw that for like a split second. So there's a thing in this game where if you try to interact with dialogue, but if you like press anything else, that dialogue will disappear and it will never come back. Damn it. Well, we're not gonna know what she said there. But she, again, she's gonna comment a lot about this symbol when she sees it, because somehow she believes she may have a link to this. And again, a lot more of that will be talked about later. Something's fallen between the table and the floor. I think it might be a key. If my arms were a little longer, I might be able to reach it. There's a huge pile of cardboard boxes on the table, full of books. It's way too much of a pain to move something that heavy. Lazy teenager. Because, like, come on. You can see, like, the slit in, like, in the wooden thing. I could literally just, you know, yoink it with my fingers. Right? Wrong. Oh, well, not wrong, but, like... Nope, Heather ain't gonna do that. She is not gonna move the items out of the way just to get a key. We actually have to get something to get that key out. We have a key. Let's go find it. Again, listen to this, like, audio here. Do you know what it reminds me of? To me, this sounds like what it sounds like to be inside a, like, vent fan or something. Or like an AC system. Like a really rusty AC system in like a building of some sort. That's the vibe I get when I listen to this. I don't know if anyone else hears it, but I hear it. Like an industrial fan. Well, not an industrial fan. That sounds a little bit more different, I feel like. But it's kind of like a vent fan, in my opinion. That's how I hear it as. Again, audio design. So good. So eerie. And kind of different. Oh, also, dog. We have the dog. He's just munching, so I'm gonna let him munch. We don't need to care about him. He can eat his food. I hate dogs. Please, get those things away from me. Okay. I'm joking. Every dog hater will hate me. I'm sorry, man. The amount of pain dogs gave me last year was too much. Was too much. Right. We're going to see a closer here again. Here's the closer. So again, look at it, like, twitching head. Like, head is just twitching. Oh! Oh, shit. That hurt. Do I have any health? Oh, God. Oh, my God, that hurt. That's its, like, powerful move. Oh, you little... Damn you. So again, the monsters have started to show up in this mall, which is very not good. Very not good. Also, it's bread. This thing is like such a meme. It's just a meme in the Silent Hill franchise. Bread. It's bread. But I'm not really hungry, so I guess I don't need to worry about it. It's bread. Breb. We're in Helen's Bakery right now, actually. One of the stores in the mall. Helen's Bakery. Crispy toasted bread right to your very door. Everything on sale. There's a flyer. Oh yeah, I literally just read that. Helen's Bakery. Chat, would you go to Heaven's Bakery? Helen's Bakery. Oh, dude, Heaven's Bakery? That sounds like a fire bakery. I would go to that. But I was also going to say that I would go to Helen's Bakery as well. Give me some croissant, you know? Oh, dude, I haven't had a good... I haven't had a croissant in a long time. Sorry, that's the only way I can say it. I'm sorry. Gotta love some bakery. Gotta have that bread. And those donuts? Are those chocolate glazed donuts? I think that's chocolate. W. Baguette sticks. I think I also see strawberry flavored donuts and sugar donuts? Sugar glazed donuts? Also, is that pizza? Chad, do you see that? This bakery has pizza. Oh, hell yeah. Free pizza. I got a pair of tongs. And yep, it looks like we'll be using those tongs to get that key out now. But we can't be eating it. We've got other things to do. God damn, I cannot believe that attack did so much damage to me. Ouch. Oh, actually, I didn't heal before when I got attacked by the numb body. That kind of makes sense now. I've already used up my health items. Uh-oh. Is there a health item in here? Okay, I don't want to know. No, dog, please. Okay. We can now get that key out from here. Again, Heather clearly could have used her hand to reach out for it and get it. Through the, like, slit in the wooden board thing, I would have done that, but... Heather's a teenager, and I guess, like, teenagers are lazy. Yeah. Maybe. By the way, Heather's 17 years old in the events of this game. Heather is 17. I got the key taken with tongs. Right, where does this key take us? So, this... There's a tag on the key that says My Best Sellers. My Best Sellers? A bookstore key. So, we have to go to the bookstore now. Does it show on the map as well? Oops. The name of the stores. I know in Silent Hill 1, the map also showed, like, some of the names of the places, but this one doesn't very much do that. Also, again, the classic red marker marking out where you go in some places as you progress through the game and in the areas. Classic Silent Hill thing there. The red marker. Everyone just has a red marker when they have to deal with this sort of stuff. It's got to be red. So much red. Okay. Let's go. Uh-oh. Nobody. Again, it looks like a tadpole and a sperm cell. Again, those kind of gives those vibes of like themes related to birth with how that creature looks like. Again, they don't try to hide their symbolism. They don't try to hide it. They can be very explicit with it and telling of it. Also, here's my best sellers. Let's go. And here we are in the book/magazine store. Look at all of these like magazines. Like most of these have their own covers. For a 2003 game, this is like insane attention to detail, in my opinion. Look at all the stuff. This is packed. Let's try to leave. It's locked. Uh-oh. Ah, yes, the classic number keypad that we have to solve. Right. Okay, chat, this is going to be really fun. So remember I said that we're playing this right now on hard puzzle level or hard riddle level. So again, you can change the difficulty of the puzzles in this game. And we're on hard right now. And the reason I've decided to do it on hard mode is because I want to show you guys how this puzzle works. Horror games don't do puzzles like this anymore, but I want to show you guys this puzzle because I think it's so out of left field and out of the box and like abstract. So, we have some books here that have been knocked off the shelves. Shakespeare Anthology 1. So those were all Shakespeare books. Anthology 1, 2, 3, 4, and 5. Who here in chat has studied Shakespeare before? I'd like to know. Who has studied Shakespeare? Who here has studied some English lit from Shakespeare? I remember in school, all I did was Romeo and Juliet. That is the only one I did. Actually, no. I swear I did another one. I did Romeo and Juliet. And I think I also did one called The Tempest. I think that's a Shakespeare play too. And I think that's it. Well, I did perform in A Midsummer Night's Dream, which is also a Shakespeare... Is that a Shakespeare play? I had to do English last year. I hated it. Ooh, what did you... What stuff did you do from Shakespeare then? Do you remember? Or have you erased that through your mind? Is Midsummer Night's Dream a Shakespeare? Oh my god, that is a Shakespeare play. Okay, so I actually have performed in a Shakespeare play before, and it is Midsummer Night's Dream. I performed in that as a kid, as a young kid in primary school. Honestly, I don't remember, since that class was miserable. That is totally understandable. I fucking hated Shakespeare so much. So much. Well, this is going to give you PTSD, Ember, because we have some Shakespeare anthologies here. And you'll see why this is going to be kind of insane. So, we have Shakespeare Anthology 1. If we examine this, I'm not much for sentimental slop like Romeo and Juliet. So, Shakespeare play number 1, Anthology number 1, this is Romeo and Juliet. This one is Romeo and Juliet. Again, another thing to learn from Heather's as a character. She doesn't like sentimental romantic stuff. She doesn't like Romeo and Juliet. She's not a romantic person, chat. She doesn't need to have a girlfriend / boyfriend. She can be single and she can live with it. Absolutely slay. I love Heather. So that's Romeo and Juliet. Anthology number 2. King Lear is in this one. I've never read that. Neither have I, Heather. Anthology number 3. One line from Macbeth that I just can't forget. So she's read Macbeth before. But yeah, this is Macbeth. This one is Macbeth. Anthology number 3. Anthology number 4. Hamlet is in this one. I've never read that. And then number 5. Othello is in this one. I must have read it, but I forgot what happens. So those are the plays. We have Romeo and Juliet, King Lear, Macbeth, Hamlet, and Othello. Of all of these plays, I have only read Romeo and Juliet, not Macbeth. Uh-oh. I believe I may have reminded you of something, Ember. Macbeth. I'm intrigued to know, like, if anyone in chat has done any of these, like, other ones. So, Hamlet. Of course, Romeo and Juliet is probably the most popular one, but obviously Macbeth is up there, is also popular, and also Hamlet. So, we have these anthologies, and we actually literally just picked them up as an item. Now, why do we have that? Well, it's because of this. I said it's because of this. There we go. Okay. Awkward. In here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? Be as it may, the end doth remain. All go on only toward death. The first words at thy left hand, a false lunacy, a madly dancing man, hearing unhearable words, drawn to a beloved's grave, and there, mayhap true madness at last. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at the last. Killing a nameless lover, she pierced a heart rent by sorrow. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones! Still, amidst lies, thou the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death. Wilt thou attend to thy beloved? Truths and lies, life and death, a game of turning white to black, and black to white. Is not a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery? A peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood. One vengeful man spilled blood for two. 2 youths shed tears for 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. Ah, but verily, in here is a tragedy. Art thou player or audience? There is nothing which cannot become a puppet of fate or an onlooker peering into the cage. Can I just say, that was a fucking mouthful to read. I have not read Old English like that in a very long time. But chat, we have to use... This is a riddle. This is a riddle. We have to use this riddle and these Shakespeare books to find out the code for this lock. Number plate. That's what we gotta do. Somehow, we have to use English literature to solve a numerical puzzle. Are you guys ready? Good luck. Oh, don't worry. I know how to do this. I've done my research on it. At least I hope I remember. We have to use English literature to solve a frickin' puzzle with numbers. Guys, horror games don't do that anymore. And you're about to see how abstract this is. Also, Ema, welcome in. Welcome into Shakespeare. I hope you've got your thinking caps ready for this, guys. We're gonna solve this together, okay? So, again, we have these anthologies. We have Romeo and Juliet, King Lear, Macbeth, Hamlet, and Othello. So we have 5 books, and what we need to do... This is the only place where there's any room left. Should I just line up the books I picked off the floor? So we need to put the books back into that order, in a order, in this shelf. Because again, they were knocked down. Started on the second layer, taking a quick breakdown. Nice. But welcome into stream, Ema. We're doing that Silent Hill 3 story playthrough. And I'm about to explain a very abstract, complex, hard puzzle. So enjoy. So we have to put the books back in the order on this shelf. And no, it's not 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. That is not the order. I wish it was, but it is not. Guys, life is not that simple, okay? So how do we put it in order? Well, here is the clue. These paragraphs here that we've been reading, as did this one, doth lie invite truth, wilt thou attend to thy beloved, a peaceful slumber preferred to a throne, stuff like that. These paragraphs in the poem are related to the 5 books that we've picked up. And we have to match, and the order in which these paragraphs come in determine the order that we put the books in on that shelf. Low-key making art while blasting white gold music and screaming along. Well, you're about to also hear some Shakespeare knowledge. I hope you guys are ready. So again, each of these paragraphs in the puzzle are related to the order in which each of those books have to be put in place. So here's the first one, and it kind of gives that hint, the first words at thy left hand, because if you see this is the first book that we're going to place on that bookshelf to the left. A false lunacy, a madly dancing man, hearing unbearable words drawn to a beloved's grave, and there, mayhap, true madness at last. Oh, thank you for the 3 streak, Ema. Thank you, thank you. Yippee! Yippee indeed. Thank you, thank you. Thank you for being here. So, this paragraph here is describing the first book that we put in that shelf. This is referring to Hamlet. So this paragraph here is referencing Hamlet. I kid you not, I did some research on this literally before I started stream today. But the reason this is referring to Hamlet is... there's probably so much stuff in here, but the one that caught my attention was drawn to a beloved's grave. I believe that references Hamlet, because Hamlet is a tragedy. That's that play from Shakespeare. Hamlet is a tragedy, and apparently the whole premise is that, you know, Hamlet lost his dad, I think, and so he mourns his death, and I guess that's what's referenced here when it says drawn to a beloved's grave, you know, a loved one's grave, stuff like that. So this is referencing Hamlet. Also, madness, I don't know, is Hamlet a mad person? I don't know. I did not read Hamlet, guys. I did not study Hamlet. I did not read it. So here's the thing, chat. This puzzle requires you to know Shakespeare knowledge and Shakespeare play knowledge. There are no clues in the game except that riddle and your knowledge of Shakespeare. Like, without a guide, that's all you've got to try and solve this puzzle. So this is a puzzle that literally requires you to have background, knowledge, and research. That is insane. I would say that's pretty insane. And there is no puzzle that does that anymore in any horror game I've seen recently. Which is why this is so unique. And I love it. So again, the first one is Hamlet, which is Anthology 2, I think? No. 4. Anthology number 4. So... Heather, you're right there. Come on. Put it in. There we go. So this is where book number 4 goes. So, the first book in this order is Hamlet, book number 4. And then we go to the next paragraph. So that one's done. Then we go to this one. As did this one, playing at death, find true death at the last. Killing a nameless lover, she pierced a heart rent by sorrow. I would say this one's pretty easy to know which one it's referencing. Romeo and Juliet. I think that was pretty clear. Playing at death, you know, if you guys don't remember, or if you've forgotten, in Romeo and Juliet, I believe, yeah, Juliet fakes her own death. So, playing at death. Killing a nameless lover. Juliet, at the end of Romeo and Juliet, kills Romeo. Spoiler alert. For a centuries-old play, by the way. And then pierced her heart, rent by sorrow. She then stabbed herself. That's the tragedy of Romeo and Juliet. So, this is referencing Juliet. Romeo and Juliet. So that is the second book that goes in that shelf in the order, and that is book number 1. Right? Yes. Anthology number 1. So 4, 1 so far. It is the order. 4, 1. And then we go to the next one. Doth lie invite truth? Doth verity but wear the mask of falsehood? Ah, thou pitiful, thou miserable ones. I'm just gonna say straight up, I have no idea what this is referencing, but this is referencing Macbeth. I did not study Macbeth. I don't know. Maybe someone knows, but I don't. But this is referencing Macbeth. There's also a thing here where, like, if you read the other paragraphs, you can kind of do a sort of you can like cross things out. Like if you read the other paragraphs, you can kind of like know what the other ones are, and then whichever one is left is the final book. How, Ember? Oh damn! Even you don't know how it links. Damn. Well, there we go. That just goes to show how fucking hard this puzzle is. So this one's this one is referencing Macbeth. So yeah, that is the third one. Unless it's a direct quote, I don't see it as Macbeth, really. Interesting. Interesting. Which one is Macbeth? Macbeth is 3. Okay, interesting. Literally the third book in this shelf is Macbeth. Yep, okay. So that is the third one. So 5... I keep saying... Okay, it's the Roman numerals, chat. It's the Roman numerals. It's confusing me. This is 4. 4, 1, 3 so far. So we have that. We have 2 more left. You know, we're starting to slowly narrow it down. And then this one. Still amidst lies, though the end cometh not, wherefore yearn for death? Wilt thou attend to thy beloved? Truths and lies, life and death, a game of turning white to black and black to white. Does anyone know what this is referencing? The only 2 books that we have left are King Lear and Othello. And this one is referencing Othello. And do you know how we should know that this is referencing Othello? Because did you know that there is a board game called Othello, which involves black and white discs that you try to remove, turning white to black, black to white? That's a board game. I remember seeing an ad for it once, in fact, on TV. Back in the day. That's Othello. So that's referencing Othello. So that is the 4th book in that order. Which means, is on a silence brimming with love more precious than flattery? A peaceful slumber preferred to a throne besmirched with blood. This is referencing King Lear. And honestly, the only reason why I would say this one's referencing King Lear, I've not read King Lear before. I have no freaking clue what happens in that play. But do you know what I would say gives it away? a throne. Who sits on a throne? A king slash a queen. King Lear. So see, if you skipped the third one, you would know that the fourth is Othello because of Black and White to Black, that board game reference. And then the last one is referencing a throne, as you said, Ember, King Lear, which means the remaining book is Macbeth. And that's Macbeth. So, yeah. Let me do... Yep, Othello. So Othello is the fourth book, which is number 5, which means King Lear, the second anthology, is the last one. And so we get 4, 1, 3, 5, 2. Hey, we passed the puzzle. Let's go. Let's just put that in the code and we will be free from this bookstore. Wrong. That's not the answer. That ain't the answer. So we worked all that hard to try and link, you know, the poem paragraphs in order with the order of the Shakespeare plays. And we get this answer, but it's not the right answer. Because if you read the notes again, there's a thing at the end which we have to notice. One vengeful man spilled blood for 2. 2 youths shed tears for 3. 3 witches disappeared thusly, and only the 4 keys remain. Those were 5 numbers. But this is telling us that it's a 4-digit code. So now, we have to do a little bit of math. Like, are you seeing how crazy this puzzle is? They make you do English literature, and now you have to do math. Because you have to now try and get a 4-digit code from 5 numbers from this bookshelf. And here's how you do it. Okay? You math, I know. They literally put all the disgusting subjects from school for this puzzle. This is, by the way, can I just remind you guys, this is the first puzzle in the game. This is the first puzzle in this game, like major puzzle that you do in this game. And they make you do this. Wild. It's wild. So here's how we do it. Here's where math gets involved. Each of these lines is referencing one of the plays that we have in the order. One vengeful man is referencing Hamlet. That is the first book, remember? And in Hamlet, there's themes of vengeance. Hamlet is out for vengeance in that play. So this is referencing Hamlet. One vengeful man spilled blood for 2. So we have to do multiplication for that. So we have to multiply the book number for Hamlet by 2. And What was the book number for Hamlet? 4. So 4 times 2 is 8. So that is our first code. 8. Two youths shed tears for 3. Again, 2 youths, referencing Romeo and Juliet. 2 youths shed tears for 3. So we have to times by 3. Multiply it by 3. Whatever the book number for Romeo and Juliet was, which I believe is 1. Romeo and Juliet was the first anthology. So 1 times 3 is 3. So we have 8, 3. Three witches disappeared thusly. This is referencing Macbeth. And the fact that it says disappeared thusly means that it's gone. AKA subtract. AKA gone. So we remove the Macbeth from the equation. So what that means is that this is Macbeth number 3. We ignore it because it's disappeared. And then at the end of that riddle is said, and then only the 4 keys remain. Which are these 2? And we don't do anything with those 2 because it's just those 2 left. So the answer is 4 times 2, because one vengeful man spilled blood for 2. So 4 times by 2, 8. 2 youths shed tears for 3. 1 times by 3, 3. Remove Macbeth, and only the 2 keys remain, which are 5 and 2. So the answer to the puzzle is 8, 3, 5, 2. That is the 4-digit code for this employee only store door. And there we go. That's the puzzle. How did we like that, guys? Again, you need to know Shakespeare to solve this puzzle. And math skills. That's it. You cannot lie. That is a crazy first puzzle to do in a horror game. So abstract that you literally have to do your own frickin' research for this. When this game came out, and again, this is on hard riddle difficulty. On normal and easy riddle difficulty, you do not need to know anything about Shakespeare to solve the puzzle in those difficulties. At all. You need to know nothing about them to answer the puzzle. But for hard difficulty, you have to use your frickin' Shakespeare brain to solve this. Or do your own research on it to solve it. And that is crazy. Like, you need to know stuff outside of the game to solve the puzzle and progress through. When this game came out and people were doing hard mode puzzle difficulty, I can probably assume that so many people were stuck on this puzzle, probably for hours. And remember, this game came out in 2003. So, internet probably wouldn't have been accessible. Wikis may have not been accessible at that time. So, it's not like nowadays that we can literally search a YouTube video to find the answer for a puzzle in a video game. You really had to go hard, deep, looking for stuff if you wanted to find an answer to something. So, yeah, insane difficulty right there for that puzzle. And a lot of people complained about it, to the point that one of the dev members of this game apologized for making this puzzle. I'm not lying, that happened. One of the dev members for this game, I believe it was the English translator for this game, because again, Team Silent, who made the Silent Hill games from 1 to 4, they're a full Japanese-led team, fully Japanese in Japan. So they had a Japanese, sort of interpreter / English translator to make this game into English, because this is for an English audience in America and the Western world. So the dude who was behind that had to publicly apologize for making this puzzle the way it was at hard. So, yeah, insane. And that is, again, the first puzzle in this game. I think that is so funny, insane, but also very abstract. Again, I have not seen a horror game. That does a puzzle like that anymore. I don't see puzzles do that anymore. It matches the difficulty though. Like, that's true. That is true. But at the same time, it's hard to the point that you have to know Shakespeare to be able to solve this puzzle. You need outside game knowledge. You need knowledge IRL, outside of the game, to be able to solve this. And I would say that's a crazy level of difficulty for this. And yeah, many people would have struggled on this puzzle when going through it for the first time. And I would say a lot of majority of people, for their first time as well, would have had to look up guides. I believe forums were very much a big thing in this time period. So a lot of forums, people would go in to discuss stuff. I guess you could say maybe it's like early Reddit days, probably. So, yeah, a lot of people would have struggled on this puzzle on hard. And again, on normal and easy difficulty, you don't need to know Shakespeare to solve it. It's much more simpler. For reference, just to... Oh, where is that? Oh, can we not look at the book? Okay, I was gonna say, so in normal difficulty, the code for the numbers is actually like, the numbers are like written on the back of the book, of the book label. I've forgotten the name of it, there's a specific name for that, but on normal difficulty, it's on the back of the book, like on the label. That's where the code is. And then on easy difficulty, it's on the back, but like most of the books are like put in the shelf already. Unlike in normal where you actually have to put them in order still. One day of being 21 and already too unk. About an hour ago, I put my iPad on the charger and just realized I didn't put the charger in the... Emod, I have done that before. Do not worry, I have done that before. In fact, I've done that so many times with other things. It sucks when that happens, because then, like, you put it, you connect it, and then you come back, like, late, maybe an hour later to, like, use it, and then you check, and you see that it wasn't even charged to begin with. I know. It's a sucky feeling. Anyway, that's Shakespeare Puzzle, everyone. I hope you enjoyed. I hope you learned something new. I hope I didn't give you PTSD to English literature days in school. But don't worry, that is all behind us now. Let us go through the employee-only section of this bookstore and see what happens.
Hey, wait, what's going on? Where is everybody? Those weird monsters?
They have come to witness the beginning. The rebirth of paradise, despoiled by mankind.
What are you talking about?
Don't you know? Your power is needed.
How should I know?
I am Claudia.
So what?
I love that line.
And your true self as well.
So
That you
what?
must become.
I don't care about your
The one who
name.
will lead us to paradise with blood-stained hands.
Oh shit, the cult
Right.
talk.
Did
It's
you
the
do
cult
all this?
talk.
It was the hand of God.
I don't get it. What does she want me to remember?
So, that's Claudia. And I think you can easily tell with the way that she was speaking, she's a cultist. She's a cultist. So again, we have that parallel with Silent Hill 1, where if you remember from Silent Hill 1, you know, the cult, the order, wanted to birth a god from a lesser. And now, we see that mentioned and referenced here again in Silent Hill 3 with Claudia. And she says to Heather that she's important in this, that bring out and lead to the arrival of God into the world. So we're getting those themes again. And Heather is somehow involved in this, and that she needs to remember something. Okay? So, these monsters that we're seeing, this weird stuff that we've noticed now in this mall, outside of Silent Hill, may just be related to Heather. And Heather may have a role in this of some sort. But yeah, that is Claudia. So it's, with what I've just said now, it's easy to say that Claudia is a part of the Silent Hill cult, the Order. That's the name of the cult. They're called the Order. So Claudia is a part of that cult. And just like Dahlia Gillespie from Silent Hill 1, once the birthing of God and the arrival of paradise and stuff like that, which is literally what Dahlia was like in Silent Hill 1. So you see those parallels again. You see those parallels. And again, this game is a direct sequel to the first Silent Hill game. So now we're getting mentions of again, the idea of birth, you know, because again, birthing a god, ushering in a paradise, birthing in a paradise. We're seeing those references of birth again, which were prevalent in Silent Hill 1. Anyway, we're going to ignore that now and go to an elevator so we can leave this mall, hopefully. Everything will be fine. Very cool elevator here. There are no buttons on this elevator. There are no buttons on this elevator. Ah? And there is our radio. The biggest Silent Hill mechanic in this game. A radio? What the hell is this doing falling down from the ceiling? Anyway, I guess that explains the static from just before. But all it's picking up is static. I wonder if it's broken. I got a radio. So, again, I'm actually gonna turn the... I'm gonna adjust the volume for this radio. I'll do that. But again, for those of you who don't know, in the Silent Hill games, the radio is a very big mechanic in this game. The radio essentially lets you know when there are enemies nearby and stuff like that. So it basically detects enemies in your presence. And we just have that shit thrown to us. And now the elevator has opened, but it looks very dark outside. Do you see the rust? Do you see the metal grates? Otherworld, baby.
Is this a dream? It's gotta be.
Do not ask me what you just saw there, because I don't know either. Although there is one dude there, like you just saw him. That's actually a recurring creature we're going to be seeing in this game.
When am I going?
We'll talk about him later. But yeah. Guys, we're in the other world. It's otherworld time. Nightmare world time. Dog! Oh no. Hell Mall. It's Hellball! Okay. Also, I am close to dying. I need heals. Ooh. You know what? Yeah, give me the ampoule. I'm gonna use the ampoule. I'll leave the drinks for later. But yeah, we're in the other world now. Hell Mall. They be munchin'. They be munchin'. So if you guys remember from Silent Hill 1, the concept of the otherworld, okay? The otherworld, the idea that it is a world made from someone's subconscious mind, their nightmares, their trauma, their, you know, their delusions, their nightmares. They are manifested into the reality of the real world. And that's now what we are experiencing. So we are in the other world. Now, in Silent Hill 1, the other world, was essentially Alessa's subconscious mind. It was her nightmare that we were seeing, that everyone in the town of Silent Hill 1 was seeing in the town of Silent Hill. It was Alessa's nightmare after, the traumatic events that she faced in her life. Being bullied in school, being burned to death, but surviving from the ritual accident at their home. Being kept in a coma in Alchemilla Hospital in the secret basement. All of those nightmares and manifested traumas are put out into the world of Silent Hill in reality. And that's what the other world is. It is a world made from someone's nightmarish delusions that come to life. That's literally how Harry Mason describes it as in Silent Hill 1. So now we're seeing that again in Silent Hill 3. And you now maybe have the question, okay, so this is the other world. Whose nightmare is this? Is this Heather's nightmare? Are we seeing Heather's other world right now being manifested into reality in this mall? The other world mall. There's the symbol again. This again. Looking at it makes my head hurt. But at the same time, it's like so familiar. I know I've forgotten something really important. But I also have the feeling that I'd be better off not remembering it. So again, we're also seeing signs now that Heather knows something that she has been keeping locked away in her mind for a very long time and doesn't want to know about. Claudia mentions it that, Heather, you need to remember your true self. So, again, there's now an idea here that Heather may be involved in this, in what's happening, which may make you, infer that maybe this other world that we are seeing could be Heather's other world. Could be Heather's, sort of memories that have been kept dormant inside her mind that she doesn't want to remember, but is now being, projected into reality in the other world. And again, it's very interesting too, because this is the other world. Like, we're in the other world mall. But again, we're not in Silent Hill. We are not in Silent Hill. This is Portland, which is a town in Maine, or a city in Maine. We are not in Silent Hill, yet the powers of Silent Hill have sort of like manifested here, like they're present here, which, would seem kind of confusing, because why would the other world spawn outside of Silent Hill, And again, as we play through, we'll learn more about why this is happening. But Heather has a big part to play in this. So now, let's try and escape this mall. This mall. Again, look how everything is much more, like, dilapidated, old, rusty, abandoned looking, dirty, disgusting. Like, look at the stains on the floor. And on the walls as well. This is how the other world looks like. For this mall, at least. Look at the textures. These would have been like windows on the shops, but they're now just covered up. Those are the phone lines. That's where Heather, I believe, spoke to frickin' her dad in the cutscene. Ah, this place. So this is a cool way to reveal something. So we have this note. Warning. When leaving the room, be sure to turn out the lights. It will be obvious if they are not switched off. Okay. There's a light switch. It's on right now. Will you turn off the lights? Sure, why not? Save that energy, you know. Oh. And then boom, so you turn the light off, and then you get this, like, one source of light still present, coming from here. And that is how you get your flashlight. Again, I'd say that's a pretty cool way to do that. Using the room to show you key items. But yeah, there's our flashlight. Oh, close it. I'm going to continue drawing and blast music, so I'm going to head out and chill for now. Bye bye. Thank you for coming by, Emart. Thank you. It really means a lot. Good luck on the artwork. Looking forward to it. So now we're in the bathroom. This is the same bathroom, I believe, that we were at the start of the game, when we were trying to get away from Douglas. Now look at it. Again, that abandoned feeling. The rust, the dilapidation. Look how it looks like truly disgusting. I got bleach. The sort of stuff you'd use to clean a toilet. I think I have the same kind at home. The bottle says, danger, do not mix. So we got some bleach. Ah, this is so cool. So do you remember, this is the same bathroom that we were at when we were trying to get away from Douglas? And there was one of the stalls that was occupied. And now in the other world, this is occupied again. Is someone actually in there? Well, they knocked back. Someone's taking a piss in the other world. Oh. And then it opens. It's soaking with blood. But there's no one here. Did someone respond, or is it just me? Ew, look at that bathroom. That toilet. Drenched in blood. Also, here's a cool little Easter egg. It's full of filthy, muddy water. Looks like something's stopping it up. Will you remove the blockage? AKA, put your hand in the frickin' toilet? Sure.
Oh, forget it. This is way too gross. Who would even think of doing something so disgusting?
That is an Easter egg. Because that is literally referencing James Sunderland from Silent Hill 2. Because in Silent Hill 2, James actually sticks his hand in the toilet, which is filled, by the way, with muddy, disgusting water. With poop water, actually. Just to get a code for a safe, which actually isn't important and is optional. Yup. That is a direct, kind of like a fourth wall break there. That's a very nice little, reference to, their previous game in the franchise. That's a very cool Easter egg that they do. It doesn't happen for everyone, though. I believe for this specific Easter egg to work, you need to have, a save file of Silent Hill 2, on your PlayStation, for example, because most people would be playing this on PlayStation 2. So you'd want to have, a saved copy of, a save file of Silent Hill 2 on your PlayStation, in your memory disk, or something like that, for that Easter egg to happen. If you don't have that, then nothing happens. That cutscene doesn't happen. You can comment on the bathroom, but she doesn't do that cutscene. Disgusting. I'm not getting any closer. I don't even want to look at it. W my girl, Heather, because yeah, who would stick a freaking hand in the toilet? Come on, guys. I hope you wouldn't do that. Again, it goes to show Heather is she's not like a dumb protagonist. She's actually got a freaking brain, and she actually uses it. If she knows that she doesn't need to stick her hand down the toilet, and she knows how disgusting that is, she knows she doesn't have to do that. Anyway, we've got Bleach. Oh my god, closer, hello? Oh yeah, I gotta show you guys something else as well. So... Again, this is actually near the front entrance, as you can see here. So this is near the front entrance of the mall. But of course it's blocked. In fact, literally just walled off. And now we're in here. This is Happy Burger. This is the store that Heather was in at the start when she was dreaming. And then she woke up. Because then there's the telephone where she was speaking to her dad. And then she would have went into those bathrooms to then escape and do all the other stuff. So we're at the... This is Happy Burger. This is at the burger store. And in the other world, there's nothing. It's just... abandonment. No burgers. Just wooden flooring. Old, ugly, moldy looking textures outside and around the walls. This is how Happy Burger looks like in the other world. A ladder is hanging halfway down from the ceiling. Even if I stand on the table and stretch my hands out, I can't reach it. If only I had something long to snag it. So we need to get this elevator down. Not elevator, sorry, this ladder down. And we can get that item this way. Yeah, just look how moldy and ugly this place looks. This is how the other world is looking like right now. And if we go in here, and if you recognize this room, this is the room where we first saw the closer that Heather went into, and it was feeding on the body over here. That is this room. Again, looks very much more empty now in the Otherworld version. These clothes are awfully dirty. They're stained with blood splatters. They weren't like this before. What could have happened? So again, reality changing itself, making things look much more worn down and ugly and gruesome. So there's blood stains on these clothes now in the Otherworld version. I got a bulletproof vest. Here's a cool little thing. So you can get a bulletproof vest. It's heavy under a jacket, but it should protect against a monster's attacks. So if you use this vest, you technically are a little bit more tankier and have a bit more defense. So that's a cool little... There's a few items in this game which can help with like mechanics and stuff, or like survivability, and bulletproof vest is one of them. However, as it's mentioned, it is a heavy item, and so we're actually like a little bit slower without it on compared to if we don't have it. Look at the speed change. So it's a cool little thing if you want to just survive a bit better. I will not use it. I will not use it for this run. Maybe in some parts I may use it though. What's this? I got a hanger. So we got a hanger now. A wire coat hanger I got at the boutique. And that is how we're going to get the... Okay, that got me. That got me. Damn! Okay, well done. There's your jump scare. Not blasting you with jump scares every few seconds. Again, Silent Hill 1 does that very well, where they do jump scares in like very huge intervals in some places. Silent Hill 3 does it a lot as well. God damn it, that actually got me. Fuck. That was loud. Literally stopped me from speaking. But yeah, we're going to use the coat hanger to get that ladder down from the Otherworld Happy Burger store. So let's go back. Oh, close it. Look how big they are. And they can really take up a lot of space too. Like, they can take up space. Okay, these guys are hurting me really badly. Oh my god. Ouch. Ouch. Okay, this is bad. We're really wasting our heals right now. But hey, I had to show you guys the monster. Again, the monster designs in this game are so creepy and eerie and disturbing, because it's one of those situations where it's like, you don't know what you're looking at. And that can also instill horror in a way. I think that's also a form of horror in a way, is not knowing what the hell you're looking at. So those creatures are ugh, ew, and also just ugh, you know. Right, we used the coat hanger. A wire coat hanger I got at the boutique. So, guys, do you remember when I said that, again, the themes in this game and the imagery and the symbolism they put in this game can be very dark and messed up and fucked up sometimes? Well, only recently did I know about this symbolism, but that coat hanger that we just got, so she, like, you know, she unwinded that coat hanger to make it look like a sort of like rod almost, to bring that ladder down. And I've already mentioned that this game has themes of stuff related to pregnancy and birth and stuff like that, and the cult and all that stuff, but themes of like birth and rebirth, which is basically some of the stuff that the cult also believes in. We already mentioned the numb bodies, which resemble sperm cells or tadpoles, early forms of life in a way, you could argue. And so that references themes of birth, but it can also reference themes of sex, so those types of themes. Again, this game has themes which would be adult centered in a way, so just making that aware with you guys, just being transparent with you guys. But then we have that coat hanger, and only recently did I learn about this, actually, that, and this is going to be really dark, okay, so just be careful. This is kind of dark. I would say it's pretty dark, but, and messed up. But we've mentioned themes of birth and stuff, and pregnancy and impregnation and stuff like that. You know, what with the whole idea of, you know, how in Silent Hill 1, Alessa was impregnated with a god fetus to birth a god. And the coat hanger there that we used, I've heard a lot of people say that it is a reference to abortion. Because apparently people use coat hangers to do abortions, or people have done that before. And I don't think that's coincidental that we use a coat hanger in a video game that references themes of sex, birth, and impregnation. And when I learnt that is a thing that people have used coat hangers for before in aborting a fetus, yeah, there is no surprise that they reference that in this game, and they reference a theme like that in it. Really messed up. A lot of people say that that's like such a very disturbing thing, and that's in a way how Silent Hill can be terrifying. Like, that one item that we used could mean so much in terms of symbolism. And in most times, it can be really fucked up and just terrifying to think about. Yeah, people who are unable to get them. Yeah, that's what I was thinking too. Are people unable to get the medical abortion? Yeah, that's messed up, dude. That is a dark reference that they put in there. And again, it kind of links to this overarching story with the idea of having to birth a god, which is what Alessa had to do in Silent Hill 1. So there's no wonder there's themes of that. Also, here's another weird thing. Why would something like this be here? This isn't a hospital. This is a gurney. Like a patient gurney. In a mall. So again, we're seeing these references now to the hospital. And if we remember from the hospital in Silent Hill 1, that is where Alessa was being kept in a coma after she got burnt alive. After the impregnation ritual to put a god fetus inside Alessa. So again, we are starting to see references to Alessa in Silent Hill 3. And again, Heather is somehow related to all this, because she's seeing this stuff. Although everyone is seeing this stuff, because we'll see later what Douglas says. Did you notice there, if you looked very closely in one section of that moment, that was Cheryl. And you even heard it say daddy, so again, another reference to Silent Hill 1 and Cheryl. And Alessa, which is aka basically part of Alessa. So we're now starting to see where these links to Silent Hill 1 may be involved. But again, we don't know the full picture. But we're now starting to see those parallels. And again, this is outside of Silent Hill. We are not in Silent Hill right now. We are in a different place. I can't see anything. I can't hear anything. What was that? I wonder. I thought I heard someone say, Daddy. So, bit of an eerie moment there. Creepy moment there, seeing Cheryl. Again, look at the void, chat. Look at this. Like, again, you can tell this is the other world. There's just a pit of nothing. And this is the escalator. Which should, which would take you down to the first floor of this mall. Just an endless pit. Okay, let's see what's up. Oh god. Oh god. You know what? I'm gonna kill you. I'm gonna kill you. Take that. Also, there is someone munching right now. And I'm gonna kill them. I'm sorry. I'm sorry. Rip dog. Rip dog. Again, here's another one of those moments where you're like, what the flip am I looking at? I'm trying to see if I can get a good angle here. Like, so that dog was eating this, like, thing that looks like it's made of flesh. Like, what is that? What is that? It's disgusting, that's what it is. Disgusting. We can go into this bathroom, but I don't think there's anything in here. Yeah, this is just... I don't know why this is available if there's nothing in here. Okay, we leave. If you look up here, so we have this door, and above it, we have the symbol, and that is the save file symbol. That is the symbol again. So it's seeing this, like, symbol a lot in this game already. It's our save file. That's the icon for our saves in this game, and now we see it this time again above this door. I will explain. I'll explain in the future what that symbol is, because it is explained. And then we have this door. It's locked. The door has a red crescent and a round dent. Something's written here in the same color red. Piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. And the final destination has become real, though not a blessed beginning. Right, so... here is another sort of thing I've only learnt about recently. Again, this is a very long game. Like, this is a game that's been around since 2003, so this has been around for ages. But people discuss this game a lot, and through discussion over the years, you know, people fan theorying and stuff, people have made like assumptions on what some certain things mean and what they symbolize. And this is one of those moments again. So piling up the 300th day and night from beyond the door, cries of pain are heard. Apparently, the 300th day is referencing and symbolizing the period of gestation for, like, during pregnancy, stuff like that. So again, if that is the case, which I don't know if it's, like, fully confirmed, but it's a theory. If that is a reference to that, then again, once again, we have references of birth, pregnancy, impregnation in the environment. right? So, yeah. We're seeing a lot of those themes at the moment. Also, let's go to this store. Ew, look at those seats. They look really dirty. And oh my god, what is that? That is a dog plate. Like, that is a gourmet dish right there, chat. You know what, chat? That's what we're eating tonight, in the Abyss. Cooked roasted dog. What is this? Barbecue dog? Who the hell would make something like this? Furthermore, who the hell would eat it? There's something in the dog's stomach. Oh shit, yeah, its stomach is open. Ew. Again, more fucked up imagery there. Yeah, Ember. It's not great to see if you're a dog lover, I would argue. So yeah. Ouch. I got a cooked key. There's nothing else to worry about here. Other than who the hell is sick enough to do something like this, that is. And even that, I'd really just rather not know. See, this is why we love Heather, chat. It's just a roasted dog anyway. I shouldn't let that creep me out. Heather has so much to say about things in her mind. She likes to internally monologue to herself. And is very expressive sometimes, just from that text alone, as to what she is thinking. Again, it's just such a good way to add character to her and her story and her and her existence as we play as her. Also, give me those health items, please, thank you. There's a disgusting smell coming from the pot. I think I better keep away. Rows of wine bottles. I don't really feel like eating and drinking stuff from an alternate reality, okay? Like, look at that sassiness just from that text alone. It's like we're examining it, and she's like sort of fourth wall breaking to us by saying, "Hey, player, I don't want to drink this wine, thank you." Like, it's so cool. It's just such a cool way to interact with certain items. Okay, yeah, healing wise, okay, we have that. I gotta be more careful, chat. Like I said, we got a cooked key. Let's examine it. This key was in the barbecue dog at the restaurant. Yuck. Okay, there's nothing more to examine. Okay. Yeah, poor puppy. Again though, this is the other world. You're gonna see a lot of fucked up stuff in the other world. And if it has to be a dead dog put on a plate, then it has to be. I'm sure someone twisted enough would eat that. More of the hospital gurneys. In Silent Hill 1, in the nightmare sequence with Harry, we also see a hospital gurney, which now we should know that kind of relates to Alessa and her bedridden state. That's kind of what these gurneys symbolize, is Alessa's, like, bedridden state in Alchemilla Hospital after she got burned alive and still stayed alive even after being burned so much. Now, again, you may also question, why are we seeing stuff related to Alessa in Silent Hill 3 with Heather? You could argue that it may be because of the god that's being referenced by Claudia to us, that maybe this other world is related to the god that is wanting to be born, or is being prepared to be birthed. I got a walnut. Just a standard looking walnut. There was a nice silver ring in here the last time I came. Bummer that it's gone, huh? Heather, were you gonna steal that ring? Guys, Heather is a thief. Thief. Sometimes I confuse my th and f sounds sometimes. I don't know if anyone else does that occasionally. Thief. I don't know. I don't know which way sounds better. Anyway. This... Okay, yeah, this is the other side of the mall. Yeah. Sorry, I thought this was going to be that one hallway that we were at near the start, in the back rooms. But this is a different part of it. Okay. Hello. I used the cooked key. Boom. More health. Let's go. There are glasses and plates on the counter, but there's really nothing important here. Again, thank you guys for being here. Really means a lot. As I explain and nerd about Silent Hill 3 with you guys. Again, I love streaming this now because like I get to give an outlet and a platform to which I can share my love for this game and Silent Hill in general. So it really means a lot if you guys are listening in, and yeah, thank you. Thank you very much. Also, I got a steel pipe. Classic Silent Hill weapon. The steel pipe. Classic. I don't think there's anything else here. Nope. Okay. Well, let's go. Oh. There's the numb bodies again. These sperm-shaped creatures. Tadpole-shaped. Do you hear the groaning sounds that they make too? Like, ugh. So weird. And then again, you listen to that like industrial sounding audio design, which is again something we see a lot of in Silent Hill 1. You know, this like metallic sounding voice or noise. The sounds of the other world, really. I got detergent. Detergent. It was next to the bakery sink. It's not for dishes though. It's for the bathroom. The bottle says danger, do not mix. Just like the bleach. Oh wait, hold on. Oh, did she comment something else on this? Mixed with an acidic detergent, and it'll produce poisonous chlorine gas. Chemistry. Chemistry. Oh, is that what I once sniffed in college chemistry once? I was doing an experiment once in college where I was dealing with, I think, hydrochloric acid, and I think it turned like into a gaseous state, and I accidentally inhaled it, and I could not breathe. Oh, is it referencing that? Okay, that's what happened to me that day. There we go. Cool. Astro, welcome in. Welcome into me. Wait, welcome into me talking about accidentally sniffing chlorine gas in school. But I hope you're doing well. That's not good. I know. But yeah, that happened to me unfortunately once. We were doing an experiment in college chemistry, and we were dealing with hydrochloric acid, and I think it turned into a gaseous state, and I accidentally may have whiffed it, and I could not breathe. Damn, I remember, like, that completely stopped my breathing. Yikes. Okay, so we have that. So we have two mixtures that we can possibly mix, which tell us not to mix, but obviously we're going to mix it because we're a bratty teenager and we have free will. But the question is, where? Where are we going to do that? Well, but I hope you're doing well, Astro. We're doing a Silent Hill 3 story playthrough after we did Silent Hill 1 last week. Fan. Massive fan. Uh-oh. I'm not going any further. It's creepy and dangerous to boot. There's got to be a way. I can't very well stab them one by one. Some insecticide would do the trick. So we have these insects blocking our way. Now, let's be real. Heather could just walk past them. They're just flying stuff. In fact, these could very well be moths. In which case I wouldn't blame her. But yeah, we can't go through. Ow. Also, this fan is so loud. Shh. Shh. Silence. Ah, beautiful. That's what the poison's for? They probably are. W Ember. Well done. You caught on to it. Yes, that is what we're going to do with both of these. So we need to mix both of them to get rid of these flies. So let's do that. There's a conveniently placed bucket as well for us to do this. So why not? That's what happened to me in college once. Heather knows. Heather knows. That sucks. At least you're not sniffing. Yes. So here's a very interesting thing. So we've done the poisonous gas, and that's gonna get rid of the moths. I wish I could autosave, but I'm not gonna do that. However, if we try to go back into the room, to that corridor, we ourselves are going to still slowly die and take damage, because that gas is still present. And we know chlorine gas is not good. And we don't want to sniff that stuff again. So we need to find a way to get that gas out. Well, here's the answer. We turn the fan back on. And it's dead. I used this to make gas earlier. Best not to stick my head in too far. Who knows what's left in there. So, we used the vent fan to get rid of that gas. If I didn't turn that fan back on and went back in, knowing that the moths are dead, this area would be like full on, like hazy with so much gas around, and I would be taking damage slowly but surely as I went through. And I would probably die if I wasn't quick enough to another room. So, again, you gotta use your brain sometimes, chat. Noises. Wailing sounds. We hear quite a lot of that in this game. Beef jerky. So, we could have gotten this item earlier, but I'm not too crazy about beef jerky. But you could pick up beef jerky. Like, straight up. Processed dried meat. Sometimes it's just enough to distract monsters. So here's another cool little thing that you can do. You can use beef jerky to distract certain monsters in the game. I believe this mostly works on the dogs, if you want to, like, distract them to one place. But it also, I think, works on one other monster type, which I'm not going to spoil yet. But yeah, beef jerky's a thing. It's a cool little, like, mechanic thing that you can do to help you out with enemies. I don't usually use this a lot, so I'm not too crazy about collecting this. But it's there. I'll take the bullets, though. Right, let's keep going. We are nearly 3 hours in, and I am still in the first area of this game. I told you guys, this is gonna be a long game to get through. There's a lot. There is a lot. Right, which door is open? Is this one that's open? No, this one. Okay, let's go here. Closer. Again, these, like, industrial oppressive sounds. Ah, here's the pendulum again. Oh, dog! Again, look at how, like, just like, it's like we're just put into a void, chat, with how dark it is out. Like, this is supposed to be a mall, but in the other world, it's like just random places put into like a void. It's so terrifying. Shh. Oh god. Like the ambience and the vibe of the other world in this game is very good, and it gives you the vibe that, like, you are in a nightmare world. You are, like, in a sort of hell world. And the way they do that is very good. Ouch, that would have hurt me a little bit. We're doing okay. We're doing okay. We're good. There's a sort of vice here. So, we have a walnut. This is a good-sized walnut from the jeweler's showcase. And we can crack this nut open. So let's do it. No nut in the walnut shell. Just a jewel. I got a moonstone. Don't ask me why there was a jewel in a walnut. I don't know. I don't know. It was just there. Nothing is supposed to make sense in the other world, guys. Sometimes things in the other world just don't make sense. But yeah, we have a moonstone. It's just a type of jewel, not really from the moon. It was inside the walnut somehow. If you guys remember on that door, which had the riddle of like the 300th day and night thing, it was locked, and there was a indentation for a moon, and that is what we use the moonstone for. So, we have that now. Also, look at this room. Chat, this looks oppressive. Like, we have, like, cages. We have, like, these beds with all these, like, tables with straps. Something you'd find in, like if, it's, like, really disturbing to think about. Like a torture room, almost. Fucked up. Moonstone's always pretty. I don't think I've actually seen, like, what a moonstone looks like in real life. Like, I guess that's a thing, though. Also, we have this. This pattern looks like it could have been drawn in blood. I bet it's some sort of cursed symbol. No wonder my head hurts and I feel so awful when I look at it. So again, every time Heather sees this symbol, her head starts hurting. She gets in a little bit of pain. And again, why does that happen to her? Well, you'll know why as we continue to play through. Also, this is the sports shop. This is the sports shop, chat. In the other world, the sports shop looks like this. A torture room. That stain on the restraint is shaped like a human. I don't want to even think about what this platform was used for. This is a very interesting room, though, I will say, because you could see this as it's symbolizing the oppressive nature that Alessa was under. You know, because again, you got to remember, Alessa was forced by her mum, Dahlia Gillespie, who was the head of the cult at the time, to be taken part of a ritual to birth a god. She was forced into this. She was oppressed into this, you know? So I feel like, in a way, this room could sort of symbolize and remind us of that aspect, that she was forced into this, to be impregnated with a god fetus for a ritual by the cult. It's like, this is like an oppression room, like a full-on straight-up oppression room. Like, if you think about it that way, it's fucked up. Get me out of here. Oh god. Oh god. If you want to, I can put mine in the media spot on the server. Wait, you have a moonstone? Wait, that's sick! You actually have a moonstone, Ember? I'd be down to see it, just for my knowledge, to see how it looks like in real life. Oh my god, this thing is in my way! Oh, it did not attack me as I pushed it aside. W numbody. W numbody. Yeah, I collect crystals. Whoa. Wait, so is like, is moonstone something you can just like find in like the environment sometimes? It's actually very sick. That's very cool. So I'm gonna hydrate quickly. I don't remember where exactly, but yeah. Oh wow. Oh wow. That's very sick. Well, we got a moonstone now. And we're gonna use it on that door. Also, I'm gonna wear my bulletproof vest. Because we are about to exit this mall. We are about to be able to leave this place. So again. Holy shit, that got me. Ugh, the noises. Jeez. Okay. So we use the moonstone here. I stuck the moonstone into the door. And now it opens. Let's go. Now... Also, look at this place, like, we're high up. Look at this, like, environment here. So we have the mall. This is, like, the center of it in a way. Yeah, like, we're at the center of the mall. And we have this ladder, which is descending down into the abyss below, into the void. We have to go down that ladder. And we're about to do a boss fight. So we're about to do our first boss fight of this game as we slowly start to get ready to leave the mall, chat. Okay? And again, I've been saying it a lot, but also I love this shot, by the way. I don't know why, it's very cool. But we've had themes, and I've explained it already, that we have had themes related to stuff on sex, on birth, on impregnation, on pregnancy. All of those things we have kind of pieced out together as we have gone through the other world here and seen some other stuff happen. And the way that it links back sort of to Silent Hill 1 with stuff related to Alessa, and you know, we saw Cheryl, for example. And then we had Claudia, you know, Claudia mentioning about the rebirth of paradise despoiled by mankind, the birthing of God, stuff like that, the cult stuff, a lot of that. And again, these are... Whoa, Heather. Ladder. Go down the ladder. No, ladder. No, Heather. There we go. Okay, I had to press something else. But we've had themes of that, right? And yes, they can be very dark, right? They could be very messed up and mature. So all I'm gonna say is just be aware of what's about to happen and what we're about to see. Because it is very explicit what we're about to see. I put it in the server, I'll definitely check it out. So we're at the bottom. This should be technically the first floor of the mall. Rip ladder. I'm gonna say this again. Just be aware of what we're about to see right now. Because if you know what I'm talking about, then you will know what I mean. Again, this is a boss fight. Yes, chat. That is a dick. Again, the themes of what we've mentioned already in this playthrough so far. Also, it is disgusting. Oh god. Ew, look at how it like slithers. Ew, look at its tail. Oh. But yes. That is a penis. That is supposed to represent a penis, chat. I am not joking with you right now. It is supposed to reference the themes of sex. Oh, please just die. It looks like a leech. That's a more safer way to put it. Anyway, it's dead. That is so disgusting and messed up. But it just, again, that's how they put their horror out there with their symbolism. Monster dick. I cannot believe I said that, but that's literally what it is.
What?
And now we're back to normal.
It's the shopping mall just like before.
And now we're back to normal. We're back at the normal mall.
Am I back?
And by this time, it has closed. So, everyone's gone. Everything is closed. Like, and also, look, this is where we were before at the top. So, that's Helen's Bakery. The bookstore is, like, there. Makes sense. To be honest, girl game. Girl horror game. Yeah. The horrors of being a girl, yeah. So, we've had those themes of like sex and birth and impregnation and stuff like that, and yeah, the themes of womanhood are, those are all part of womanhood, right? And that's pretty much, you could say, the biggest thing, without spoiling too much of this game and its story, because there's still a lot more to it. But yeah, the themes of womanhood. This game's biggest theme is womanhood. Even down to the fact that we are playing a female protagonist. But the themes of womanhood are very much present. And yeah, that creature, that is the split head worm. And it is basically a monster dick. Like, I can't say any other way. That's what it is. It is referencing and symbolizing, in a way, you could argue, like, the fear of sex, stuff like that. And if we put it from the perspective of, like, Alessa's perspective, right? That would be a respectable fear that she has, because she was forcefully impregnated with a god fetus. Again, a lot of those Alessa references in this game. But again, we're not playing as Alessa. This is Heather. This is someone else. So again, you may be questioning right now, why are we seeing stuff related to possibly Alessa in a town that is not Silent Hill? Again, a reminder, we are not in Silent Hill right now. We are in Portland, Maine. We are not in Silent Hill. And it's just happening. We're seeing this stuff, and Heather's having to go through it. And now you've escaped. And now, that is our first sort of otherworld sequence done. And now we can leave the mall. We can finally get out of here. But also, Happy Burger. This is where Heather was sleeping. and had her nightmare. Dude, I'm not gonna lie. Oh, but I had a burger yesterday for lunch. I would love to have another burger today. We should all go and order at Happy Burger and probably get some cheap deals on some nice, delicious food. Anyone down? Burger shop. But yeah, again, you guys, the themes can be very, like, explicit, and the way they do it in this game is that they can very much show it to you, like, not even try to hide it. And that's one example there with the... I'm gonna call it Demon Dick. I think the name sounds... It gives a good ring to it. Demon Dick. I'm gonna shut my mouth. I need to stop. That's basically what it was. But that is behind us now. It's a cool way to symbolize it, though. It is. It's a very fucked up way to symbolize it as well, which is why I would argue Silent Hill 3, and I would say a lot of people, if you talk to them about Silent Hill 3, would kind of say the same thing. Silent Hill 3, with its imagery, can be very fucked up in how they show and storytell things. We already mentioned the coat hanger from the other world and how that references abortion, and now we have, you know, the demon dick that we just beat, referencing sex, impregnation, stuff like that. But it is also a very cool way to do it, and that's a cool, interesting way to do, like, psychological horror. Womanhood is like, it comes under, like it focuses on, like, in a way, like, social psychology, right? In particular, Silent Hill F, which is the recent Silent Hill game that came out. I don't know if you guys know about Silent Hill F, but that game is another one that heavily is focused on womanhood from a lens of 70s, 60s, 80s Japan. If you guys are curious, on my YouTube, I have my VODs for my first playthrough for Silent Hill F on there, and I did a story analysis and a analysis video on that game too. But yeah, so womanhood comes under the topic of, like, in a way, I would say social psychology, in a way, understanding the problems and the difficulties that women go through, because it is a I feel like a topic that I feel like needs a lot more awareness. It's not a bad way to symbolize it, also a perfect way to symbolize something messed up. Yeah, exactly. Like, I think in that way too, it kind of, like, makes it stick with you, you know? Like, it's so fucked up that it sticks with you in a way. And I think, like, the way they did that in this game is very good. And in general, how they do it in the Silent Hill games in general, well, like 1 to 4 at least, is very cool. I like it. It's very good. Let's leave.
Heather,
It's you.
There's Douglas again.
what just happened?
You must be one of them.
What did I do? And what do you mean by one of them?
You're in on this with that Claudia, aren't you?
Claudia? What about her? She asked me to find you, that's all.
So you are one of them.
Claudia did all that? Look, I was just hired to find you. I'm not on anybody's side. I don't know anything about this. Why don't you start by telling me what happened here? And that monster. What the hell was that?
So Douglas also saw what we were seeing.
Things are getting really screwy. screwy around here, and I got a weird feeling it's got something to do with me. Maybe you're just an innocent bystander, but I can't feel sorry for you because you dragged me into this. You know, if you hadn't found me...
What are you talking about? What's so special about you anyway?
If I knew that, I wouldn't be so confused, would I? But I know there's something. Something I've been running from and forgot for a long time.
So see, that Heather knows she may be linked to this and why she is seeing this stuff.
What's wrong?
Nothing.
Where are you going?
I'm taking the subway home.
What should I do?
Hell if I know.
Actually, wow, that's so interesting. The subway is connected straight to this hall. I mean, this mall. I just realized that. She literally... Oh wow, it's literally connected to the mall. I don't think that should be too big of a thing, but I just thought that was interesting. But yeah, we see Douglas again. Douglas also saw what we were seeing. So again, the idea that everyone is experiencing the same nightmare, just like in Silent Hill 1. Everyone saw the same thing. So he would have also have seen, you know, the same environments as we did. He would have also have seen probably the numb bodies, the monsters. He probably also maybe saw the dick monster. Like, he's also seeing this with us. He was also taken to the other world. He has no idea, though, what it's about. But in a way, yeah, it is kind of Douglas's fault because we were running away from him, and that then led us to seeing the monster for the first time, and then the whole thing happens. So in a way, it is Douglas's fault. Also, Ember, I love that reaction of you, not him. I feel like a lot of people would react the same way as you did. Because, yeah, it is concerning, especially when we remember that first scene with him. You know, and if you think about the topics of womanhood again, we have a situation where there is this old man, this grown-ass man, wanting to interrogate a teenage girl when she's by herself in a mall. Right? We kind of see those parallels there, right, don't we? But he doesn't know what's happening, and we now know that he was hired by Claudia to find Heather. I didn't like him since the start, creepy as hell, that he was following her. Yeah, trying to interrogate her and stuff. I mean, he is a detective. He is a detective. But yeah, the way they show that definitely gives that creepy, like, stalker vibe. But Claudia is the reason for that. So Claudia asked Douglas, because Douglas is a detective, to investigate her. And remember, Douglas was like, I am investigating your birth. It's something to do with your birth. Again, Heather's in on this. Somehow she is involved. I really want to say it right now, but I don't want to give it away as a spoiler yet. Because I feel like if I mention it now, it'll give it away. But I mentioned it at the start earlier, so I'm not going to mention it again. But following us to the bathroom? Yeah, no thanks. Yeah, that definitely shows it. Both of them are weird. Well, there we go. Again, we got to remember Claudia. So we saw Claudia for the first time. And she was saying all of this cult stuff. So again, Claudia, she is part of the cult. She wants the god to be born again. We're at that stage now where the god is the cult wants to birth the god. Another important thing to mention, and I cannot believe I haven't mentioned this earlier, but it is the fact that Silent Hill 3, in terms of a timeline, Silent Hill 3 takes place 17 years after Silent Hill 1 finishes. And Heather is 17 years old as well at the time of this game. So it's been 17 years since the events of Harry Mason and Alessa and Cheryl and Dahlia and Sybil and all the characters involved in there. It's been 17 years since then. Nothing has happened, and only now has the signs of this, like, god become present again. There, again, you can start to try and theorize as to how Heather may be related to the events of those games. Because again, Silent Hill 3 is a continuation of that storyline. Also, here's another famous thing in Silent Hill games, or in Silent Hill 3 in particular. Minmo! Growing strong and healthy. Minmo! Cat foods. Minmo. This is also like a really funny, cute little meme in the fandom. I'm not part of the Silent Hill fandom, by the way. I don't do fandoms. Fandoms are weird. No offense. But this is a cool little, funny, cute little Easter egg. Funny detail in the environment that people love. Minmo. I'm not gonna lie, for the first time ever, I always thought that this was like a hamster, or like a gerbil, or something like that. I always thought this was a hamster. I think it's because of how, like, furry it looks. No, it's a cat. It's literally a cat. I should have noticed that when it said cat foods. Is that one of the developer's cats, or just some random one, if you know? I'm actually not sure. I think this is just maybe a random picture of a cat. I mean, I don't fully know, but maybe. I don't know. But cute little kitty. Cute little kitty. Funny thing you mentioned that, Ember, because actually, in a lot of the Silent Hill games, especially the ones made by Team Silent, who did Silent Hill 1, 2, 4, they do put references to their own lives and their own work in their games. If you guys remember in Silent Hill 1, there was a lot of references to Stephen King. Stephen King was a huge inspiration that started Silent Hill. Silent Hill 2 has a reference. In Silent Hill 2, there's a reference to a certain item that you get for a puzzle in that game, where there's a little Easter egg which actually references one of the developers who had a kid, who had a newborn child that was birthed. And as a sort of Easter egg slash celebration for it, because they were part of the dev team, or I think a friend of a member of the dev team, they put an Easter egg of, like, them mentioning that newborn baby in one of the items that you collect for a puzzle. So there are times where the dev team do some very interesting things, where they put stuff in the game that may reflect something related to them in their life. That, when you mentioned that, it kind of reminded me of that aspect. Which is why I love Team Silent. They made Silent Hill 1 to 4. And that just goes to show the love that these devs had. All Japanese, by the way. Full-on Japanese team. with the help of an English translator and other people, but mostly a Japanese team putting their effort into this game to make it work good. And they did an amazing job in making this game. Akira Yamaoka, he is the guy who did all the sound design and audio, and still does, for the sound design and audio for the Silent Hill games. Amazing work. Love him. I listen to his tracks on Spotify too. Apparently he even does tours. He's doing tours. He is still living the life with music. Masahiro Ito is another infamous dude. He is the monster designer for Silent Hill. Masahiro Ito is the guy who birthed and created Pyramid Head. That's his creation. He did the monster designs for the Silent Hill games. And so many others who did a lot of effort and work into making this franchise, like, up there as the best, in my opinion. And they still work. Masahiro Ito and Akira Yamaoka, they did work for the Silent Hill 2 remake. And Yamaoka did the audio design for, or part of the audio design for Silent Hill F, which is the recent Silent Hill game. So some of them still do. However, Team Silent doesn't exist. They stopped after Silent Hill 4 because of Konami, I think. Although some of them, I think, also left due to their own personal reasons of life. But yeah, Team Silent doesn't exist, sadly, anymore. But I think they should be remembered as one of the biggest and greatest dev team in horror, in my opinion. Also, welcome back, Emart. My hand hurts, so I'm gonna stop drawing for today. Just had a 5-hour drawing session. Damn. Well, I hope you can chill out here on stream. You just missed me defeat a monster penis. And now we're in the subway. Trying to go home. So that's what we have to do now, chat. We have to go home. We have to go home. Grr. Also Minmo. Oh. Minmo. Chat, if your day hasn't been good today, I give to you the blessings of Minmo. Cat food. Just posted the update in the Discord. Nice. Damn. All I'm gonna say, Emad, is definitely look back in the VOD. Again, I'll be uploading my VODs for this on the YouTube as well, like I did for Silent Hill. But yeah. You just missed me defeat a dick demon. Monster penis, dick demon. Okay, I need to shut up. Right, this is creepy. This area is creepy, chat. And do you know why it's creepy? Because we're in a subway. And there is nobody. There is no sign of life. Again, so much liminal space vibes from here. Like, you're just alone in this subway. And, I mean, I'd say subways are pretty busy places, 24/7. But it's just silent, and nobody just us, but us. Again, silence can add fear. Silence can add fear. This place can be creepy, just from the vibe of it all. And it can also be a place where you can get lost a lot, which I did on my first playthrough. I did get lost. There's a newspaper left on top of the ticket machine. Fatal accident at Hazel Street. At about 11 PM on the 4th, a man waiting on the platform at the Hazel Street station fell onto the tracks and was decapitated by the arriving St. Renata College bound train. The victim died instantly. While the police have not yet determined whether the death was an accident or suicide, witnesses report that the victim did not look inebriated and seemed to jump off the platform deliberately. The victim's identity is still unknown. He was approximately 40 years old, 5 feet 10 inches tall, and was wearing a black jacket. This newspaper is 4 months old now. What's it doing here now? Pretty dark little newspaper reading there. This is going to be an example of a very cool thing in this game, which is also something that happens in Silent Hill 1, where if you read certain notes, optional events are going to start to happen. So this is an optional thing you can read. You don't have to read this. But now that I've read this, this is going to lead to an optional event. Which we'll see later, which I'll show you guys soon. Also, look at how detailed this room looks. There are so many things rendered in this room. And we can't even go in it. Again, attention to detail. Top notch. Again, the compassion and love that was put into this game and the environments. They didn't have to render like visuals and stuff in this room, but they did. They tried to make it look as real as possible, even though you cannot go into this room. Or this ticket booth, basically. There's no one working here. Where could they have run off to? So again, it is kind of sus that, like, there's no one in the subway. Also, here's the map. Oops. But yeah, attention to detail. Top notch. Right, so... I've forgotten which train we have to take, but we have to go to a certain platform that will take us close to home. So we even have to take a train ride through a subway to get back home. So again, we are not in Silent Hill. We are somewhere else. But still in Maine, still in the same state that Silent Hill is in. Now imagine you're going in the subway, all by yourself, alone. No one else there. Complete silence. And then immediately, you hear this sound. Creepy. Okay. Right. Hazel Street. Let's check this place first. Let's do a little bit of exploring. Here's one of the the lines. Uh-oh, there's already a dog here. There's 3 dogs. One of them is on the train tracks. Chat, even the subway is not safe. Controller? Hello? Wow, that's the first time it's done that today. There we go. That jump scared me. That is locked. Okay. Also, no, I am not going to go on the train tracks. Okay. That is that side. What is it like on this side? Oh, actually, you know what? We can actually come back to here later. Right, so let's go back up. And I'm gonna try and still speed up a little bit because we took so long in the mall. Ah, here's another thing. So we read that newspaper, which is optional, which will lead to a special sort of event. And here's another thing where there's an optional thing that we can read that will lead to an optional event. So there's this magazine here. I read this a long time ago. It's a nothing little occult magazine. Seemed like a bunch of crap to me. It's not so bad if you just read it for fun, though. The souls of those who died suddenly by suicide or accident don't realize they're dead. Sometimes they stay put and haunt that particular place. These spirits have lost their human senses and memories and can only keep replaying the pain and sadness of the moment they died. The pain can get so bad that they turn to humans for salvation, or they begrudge humans their lives. At such times, they can possess humans. Places known as famous suicide spots or high accident areas are often to blame. You should be careful when approaching such locations, especially on the day or at the time the death occurred. That is, if you don't want it to happen to you too. Ooh, ominous. Oh, bruh. No. What are we doing? What are we doing? I need to change to a Xbox controller one day. Right, so we read those 2 things now. So that was talking about, again, the first newspaper was referencing, you know, how this random dude just fell off the train, the train platform and got run over by a train. That note there mentioning ghosts, basically, literally like mentioning ghosts and spirits and how they haunt places. So we have that. And now we get this moment, and this is optional again, chat. This is optional. But look what happens. Uh-oh. No! We just got pushed down the platform as well. So yes, you could argue that that is the ghost spirit of that dude. It may not feel like a lot, but again, think of the context. What if you were on this platform just waiting for the train, and then Bush, a ghost spirit thing, pushes you down the platform onto the railway tracks as a train is coming by? Also, you could hear the train horn when we were down there, but the train doesn't actually come. So I feel like this is another one of those instances where like reality is sort of just not making sense, or that reality is being weird, and it's because of the powers of Silent Hill affecting Heather and the environment. But yeah, very creepy moment there. Also, did you hear the way it was like breathing as well? Like, that is, ugh. That is some messed up breathing there. Very disturbing. But yeah, that's a cool little optional thing that you can do. Adds to a bit of some horror as you play through this place in the subway. Cool little thing. So if I remember correctly, we did that. Yeah, okay, we did that. Let's go this way. Let's go through here. A row of phone booths, but they're all broken. Classic phone making a ring, but the phone isn't connected moment. Chat. More Menmo. More Menmo. You gotta enjoy the Menmo as much as you can. Also, we were talking about burgers earlier. Damn. Actually, no. What the fuck is that? Wait. That looks like a burger, but it's missing the top bun. Does anyone else see that? Wait, what? Good quality, good taste. Wait, no, I need to look at it from a distance. Price down. I wonder why it's priced down. It doesn't have a top bun. That is a incomplete burger. What? Chat! That is an incomplete burger. What the flip? That's blasphemous. That is blasphemous. Nuh-uh. Mods. Ban this company. For their vile practices of sandwich making. Oh god. Dogs. It's not a burger. It's a jur. You're damn right. You're damn right, Iman. It's just a jur. Also, we got a nutcracker. The path is blocked with trash. I can't go through here. Yup. I'm sure if there was someone from New York here, they would say that this is probably how the New York subway system is like. Just saying. I have no knowledge of how the New York subway system is like, but I assume someone would say it like that. That it looks like that. Nutcracker. Rusty and impossible to turn. This is for cracking open nuts. Well, see, if we had our walnut, we would have used that, but we don't need that anymore. But it looks like we'll need it. What's this way. Oh, camera. Health drink. The path is blocked with trash. I can't go through here. Heather, there's a body. There's feet. There's legs. Chad, do you see the legs? There's a body there. She doesn't mention the... Oh, there we go. Is someone sleeping here? All this red stuff around here is blood. This guy's not sleeping. Why am I not the least bit surprised? I think that nightmare's numbed my senses a little. Again, love Heather for that. You hear a lot of insight from her. She's even starting to realize now that, yeah, this is a nightmare to me, but I'm actually slowly starting to, like, get used to it. W. Heather. Again, slay queen. Slay queen, everyone. Heather is the best. Best horror protagonist ever. She's brave. She is a brave queen. And she must be protected. Okay? Don't mess with Heather, guys. Yeah, that is very ew, isn't it? Just seeing that dead body in the subway too is like... disgusting. Yeah, we use the nutcracker here. Because this path is blocked. The chains holding the doors together are secured with a bolt and nut. The nut is screwed on tight. I can't turn it with my hands. Well, don't you worry. Let's bust this nut. Boom. Easy. W. Nut bustage complete. We move on. Ah, this part, okay. Damn, look at this train, everyone. This is, again, like something you'd expect to find in, like, Urbex exploration. The graffiti, this abandoned train. Look at the environments, too. They, like, you can tell that this is part of the nightmare that we're in. Look how, like, rusty, old, abandoned the train looks. Also shotgun shells. Also shotgun. It's a gift-wrapped box. Could it be a birthday present? No, I guess not. Nobody I know would give me something this gross. But I'll take it anyway. It should come in handy against the monsters. I got a shotgun. We just got gifted a shotgun, chat. Now, I don't know if that is a reference to gun laws in America and how you could easily go get a gun in America and it would be nothing. Silent Hill 2 sort of shows that reference too, but I wonder if they're showing that again with how they give you the shotgun, because they could just give you the shotgun on this table, I mean on this like seat on the train, but no, it's wrapped in a gift box. Like, you could infer a lot of things from that in a way. I guess someone left it here by mistake, but who would do that? But now we have a shotgun. It's shotgun time, baby. And now, honestly, that's true, so maybe, yeah, right, so, you know, I mean, it's not confirmed. It's not confirmed that it refers to that, but that's where you get the fanfic, that's where you can theorize, and again, that's why I love Silent Hill. There's a lot of things you can theorize on, you know, and it makes you think a lot. You can talk a lot about these games and never get a true answer, but it's the fun of theorizing that is why I love this game. And its imagery and all that stuff. Damn, someone stole my birthday gift. Guess it's been found now. That's right. Sorry, dude. This shotgun is mine. Also, we're about to see a new monster type now. Everyone say hello to the insane cancer. It is basically like a walking tumor. Big Chungus of Silent Hill 3. Oh, in the balls. Ow! In the balls. In the balls. In the balls. In the balls. Yeah. 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 Smack him. Also, look at this weird effect when we kill him. Look closely at his body. He's deflating. That's actually... That is like a really weird, creepy effect in my opinion. When you kill some of the enemies in this game, they deflate. And it's so... ugh. Looks like chewed gum that has been laying on the road for decades, you think? But yeah, that is the insane tumor, or insane cancer, I believe is the name for it. It's basically a massive, like, monster. Made of flesh and blood. This monster, you could theorize, maybe is symbolizing, you know, you could say that it symbolizes Alessa's state of being when she was burned, like being symbolized as a monster of herself, you know, with how she had turned out after the ritual, being burned alive, either through the ritual purposes or from the theory of the boiler in their house exploding and causing a fire. I feel like it just shows the monstrous nature of what Alessa has become to a lot of people. She's no longer a person, and of course by this time in the game, you know, is she even alive? You know, like, no, like, she's not even human at this point. So I feel like it kind of symbolizes that in a way, which again, really fucked up, because, again, Alessa's story, really effed up, really, really effed up. And for it to happen, for those stuff to have happened to her at such a young age, a reminder that she was impregnated with a god when she was 7 years old. 7 years old was when she was put into that ritual. Alessa was put into that ritual. Ah, not the Spinaroo. Right. So, this is Bergen Street. By the way, I don't know if anyone has seen Jacob's Ladder before, but apparently this is a reference to Jacob's Ladder. The main character in that movie takes the Bergen Street line back home, if I remember correctly. So yeah, real life reference right there. Jacob's Ladder is a huge inspiration for Silent Hill, and in particular Silent Hill 2. There's a lot of references to Jacob's Ladder in Silent Hill 2, right down to how James even looks like in that game. But they reference him, they reference that movie again here. If there's one movie I need to watch, at least, I have to watch Jacob's Ladder one day. Like, I have to. I'm a Silent Hill fan, and I have to watch Jacob's Ladder. I've heard a lot of things about it. I have to watch it. I have to give some time. I hope one day I can watch it. I don't watch movies. If you guys didn't know, I'm not a movie guy. I'm a fucking gamer. I'm not a movie guy. Okay, so, anyway. This is the one time where we actually do have to go on the railway tracks. So, here's a really goofy debate this game does. So, there's nothing else to do here, and then you see this door, and there's like even like a reddish light over it trying to direct you towards it, and you're like, okay, let me interact with this. The lock is broken. I can't open the door. Get back on the train! Phew. On my first playthrough for this game, I did not know what to do in that situation, and I panicked so much, and I died a few times there. Because yes, you die. No shit, you will die when the train runs you over. But that is such a debate. They debate you to go onto the railway tracks. But hey, either way, it's a good thing because this is our train back home that we need to take. I really want to watch Jacob's Ladder, yeah. I gotta watch it. If there's at least one movie I gotta watch in my life, it's gotta be Jacob's Ladder. Right, let's get on this train, which, by the way, the door entrance to it is literally on the other side. Right. We're about to be done with the subway. Thankfully, much quicker than the mall. This dog is spinning. Okay, you have fun. That dog was spinning. You know what? Good for them. I won't harm you. Okay. Right. Let's get on this train. Let's get out of here. Finally, we can leave. And go home. Although Heather's reaction is so weird, like, this is the train you want to take. Why are you, like, banging the door as if you want to get out? Now, to be fair, we are in a nightmare situation, so maybe the train won't take us home. In which case, yes, freak out, girl. You have every right to. Also, you can go at the back of the train. A cool little thing you can do. Oh, would you look at that cult symbol. Heather. That symbol's drawn on the floor. I hope I don't get cursed just by stepping on it. No, Heather. It's too late. It's too late. You're already cursed. GG's. GG's well played. Here's a fun little thing you can do. Did you know you can actually jump off of the train? Which means you then die. There we go. I didn't show the train death from the train tracks, but I at least would have wanted to have shown that, so it's fine. This reminds me of the Monkey Train creepypasta. Monkey Train creepypasta. I know a lot about creepypasta, but I don't know about the Monkey Train one. Oh shit, here we go again. It's the Numbuddies. The Numbuddies are also taking the train. Ugh. Oh. Oh. Yeah. Hit him on the head. Good. How are we looking in terms of health? We're still pretty good, I would say. Yeah, we're pretty good. Okay. It's a little adjacent to the Kisaragi Station one. Interesting. Also, yeah, we're literally just going through this train right now. Yeah. Ooh, that's a very big numbuddy. Ow. Ow. Uh-oh. That is a very big numbuddy. Wait, let me heal. I'm gonna heal, just to be safe. But yeah. Big numbuddy. Big. Also, here's a very interesting thing. So every train, we've been going through all of the train track cars, right? We've been going through all of the train cars. And we continue to progress through them. Now, if you turn back... the previous card is gone. So every train car that we've been going through, the one previous to it disappears. They just keep disappearing. What does that say? There's a newspaper on the floor. It's nothing but garbage. Okay. That's fair. News is garbage. Might be some good ones for your horror narration series. Could be. Could be. Although, again, right now I have... for the VA channel, I am focusing on doing audio narrations of stories that I wrote, right? So I've been focusing on that a lot. But yeah, I'd be down to some snooping on that. For sure, for sure. But yeah, again, every train track car why do I say it like that? Train car. Every train car that we go through, the one previous to it, disappears. So again, it's gone. So... maybe this train may not be taking us back home. Maybe. You know what? It's pipe time. Oof. Yeah! Go. close-up look at the insane cancer. Okay, that... I don't know if that was a good idea, but hey, we did it. Okay. Moving along. So where is this train gonna lead us? Where are we going? Well, we're here now. Look at this interesting looking graffiti. What does that even say? I've always thought of it as saying dragon. Does anybody else see that? It says dragon. I don't know. Cool little graffiti though. This doesn't look like a safe place. Does it, chat? That old pattern's painted in here among the graffiti. It looks like it was just put here too. But by whom? And why does my head hurt? Dragon? You guys see dragon as well? I thought so. Okay. I want to show you guys something interesting. I'm going to show you guys something interesting. So, we're at an unknown station, okay? So, this is clearly not where we want to be. But we're at this unknown station. This is not home yet. But we're close. And we have this long hallway. Okay? We have this long, long hallway. And nothing happens. Absolutely nothing happens. And we can go on to the next area. However, because I want to show you guys something. We technically saved, so like, exit without saving shouldn't matter. Right, I'm gonna show you guys something interesting that happens in there. That happens at New Game Plus of Silent Hill 3. So a New Game playthrough of this game. In New Game Plus, in subsequent further playthroughs, there are some extra things that can happen in your playthrough as you go through things that I want to show you. And I want to show this bit, because this hallway is different in New Game Plus. Okay, good, it saved our previous progress, that's good. Whew. Right, so we're gonna go to the New Game Plus version, of which I have a save file prepared for. We're gonna go to the New Game Plus version of this bit. So again, same place, we go down, but here's what's gonna happen as we go down. Look at the environment as we go down. in New Game Plus, this is what this hallway looks like. And if you look very closely, those are moving textures on the walls. As if the walls are alive. Or like fleshy with the red color. And it happens as you go through it. So if you go back up, it's sort of like goes back to normal, but as you go down, that is such a cool, creepy, horrific effect. And this whole hallway is just flesh hallway. Right up to the door. Again, look at those textures. Look at those squiggly lines as it moves. Again, this is in New Game Plus, this happens. Like, look at the distance now. Look in the distance. Like, that is fucking creepy. That is fucking terrifying. But also such a cool little effect. And I really wanted to show you guys this. So, there's moments like that, which are very cool. Okay, we'll go back to our normal save file now. Also, it is very late, but I want to get to a certain part. Actually, no, it is very late. I do have to go. Oh man, there was a certain part I wanted to get up to today to end it off at, but I guess this can do. This is also fine. And that's where we're going to end it for today with part 1. I hope you guys really enjoyed this first part to the story playthrough of Silent Hill 3, and just as a reminder, this was live streamed, and the link to where I do all of my live streams will be in the description below if you're interested to follow me there, as well as my other socials as well. But again guys, thank you so much for watching this video if you made it to the end, and I'll see you guys in part 2. Bye bye!